Okay, looks like everyone's here. I will go ahead and call to order the Town of Superior Board of Trustees and Superior Urban Renewal Board of Commissioners meeting for Monday, September 14th, 2020. Could we all please, we'll let Trustee Laura Skoczynski lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Laura. Okay, Laura's maybe having some audio problems. I'll go ahead and lead it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Phyllis, can we have the roll call, please?
Sure. Mayor Folsom?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis?
Here.
Trustees Ken Lish?
Here.
Kevin Ryan?
Here.
Neil Shaw?
Here.
Laura Skoczynski?
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley?
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry?
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Harden here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda that trustees would like to pull from the consent agenda or otherwise change on the agenda, please?
I'd like to pull 3D out of the consent agenda.
Okay.
And I'd like to move item 3C to directly after 4A. That is the resolution appointing members to our Superior Youth Leadership Commission to directly after our interviews with tonight's members, so we can consolidate and hopefully appoint tonight's interviews since we're already doing appointments as is.
Okay, does staff have any issue with that? I know we're I guess renewing some returning members and we're appointing some.
We had the reappointment scheduled for tonight, and then the appointments of those being interviewed for the 28th, but we can definitely do them tonight if the board prefers that.
Okay.
My machine glitched as Neil was speaking. Neil, which one did Neil pull off the consent?
3D.
3D.
Oh, thank you. That was mine. I heard something else.
Okay. And then Ken asked if we could move 3C off the consent agenda to after 4A. And if there's...
So I'll just have to amend that on the fly.
I figured that would be an easy amendment to just include the names, assuming we appoint everyone who we interview tonight. So I believe it's just 4 names.
Okay, is that okay, Kendra?
Yeah, I'll try to get it done. Yep.
Right, if there's no other changes to the agenda, we'll...
I have a proposed change. Item number 6, I wanted to see if the board wanted to consider tabling that altogether. I don't think that we should really be adopting a regulation during COVID. We can have the discussion if the board wants to have it, but I would suggest just pulling it all together from the agenda.
I would fully support tabling that for at least several months until everyone isn't working from home.
My only objection to pulling that, since it's been noticed, we may have people that want to comment. And Mark, you did a really good job this week on social media getting comment. But if there's people that are making comment on this notice meeting, I'd like to hear it. But directionally, I'm supportive of pushing. I want to be respectful to our attendees tonight.
That's fine too.
Yeah, I would share that view. I mean, we sent out a survey. We heard from a lot of people that want this. So I think at a minimum, let's have the conversation. If the decision is made to table it, then so be it. But I think we should at least go through the agenda item. Okay, so we'll not table 6. And any other changes to the agenda? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda. with 3D pulled and 3C moved after 4A.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Lish and second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. And roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, next is reports, questions, and issues. Who would like to start this evening? All right, Neil, and followed by Ken.
All right, thanks. On Thursday last week after the budget meeting, I attended the Louisville Library Board meeting, and we also have an upcoming joint issues meeting with Louisville scheduled for next Tuesday. Sandy would have historically been the other trustee on there, so I think we're going to talk about that later tonight. But obviously we have some budgeting issues with the library, and those aren't going to get solved in the Library Board of Trustees. I think we do need a broader conversation with Louisville. The only other thing I have to add is with the millions of people watching right now, and if they haven't noticed, Sandy Hammerly is no longer on the board. I want to personally thank her for her service to our great community and making my first couple of years on this board a bit easier relative to the steep learning curve. Landing on the board in late 2018, during the same time as the Highlands oil and gas proposal and the Land Rover legal issues, there's definitely a lot of issues to digest. So I'd like to believe that Sandy helped me become a better board member and a better advocate for the community. So again, my heartfelt thanks to her for her service. And I'm calling dibs on her seat when we get back in the boardroom.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Ken, go ahead, and we'll follow that with Kevin.
Okay, so in addition to attending the first of what I'm hoping is just 2 budget meetings on the 10th, I that same night attended a ACES meeting. The ACES group talked about several things. One of the agenda items was a presentation by a company by the name of DuraRoot, who specialize in various landscape offerings. What was on discussion that night was adding some pollinator-friendly and water-friendly plantings to the Tract H corridor, and hearing what the company could offer and what it could do for the town. It seems like a really exciting opportunity, and I expect a recommendation coming out of ACES in the not too distant future, either the next meeting or the meeting after that. But it seemed like it would fit well with the xeriscaping budget item that is in our budget for fiscal year 21. In addition to that, I attended the Rocky Flat Stewardship Council meeting this morning with Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. I'll let Mark give a summary of that meeting, but then I'll also second what Neil said. I truly appreciate everything that former trustee Hammerly did to help me learn the ropes as a trustee on this board, and I thank her for all her dedication and service to this town. And then finally, if Neil's moving over, I'll take Neil's spot when we get back. That's it for me.
All right, thanks, Kevin. And then let's go Laura and Mark.
Great, thank you. Since our last meeting, attended a CAPS committee meeting. We've got a pretty detailed advisory committee readout from CAPS. We're going to focus around some budget items, how things were moved forward from next year, and how some pop-up art was developed. So I won't spoil that news, and we'll wait on CAPS, but very productive meeting a couple weeks ago. And really just want to talk about, frankly, the absence of Sandy. She represented a voice in the community that, frankly, we have not seen on this board. And that voice is somebody that that lives in a shared wall townhome type community. And so I think we need to be very aware that her voice did lend quite a bit of weight to a lot of our discussions, and hopefully we will learn from those, remember some of those discussions and learn from those as we consider things in the future. So she is certainly missed. She is, for those watching at home, she is of course still living in the community. And so if you see her in her store, please do let her know how much she is missed by us and on this board. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Laura and Mark.
Sure. So I hosted our virtual First Friday, which many of you were in attendance for. We had a number of topics that were covered that day, and it was one of our more lively ones. But one that I wanted to draw people's attention to is we did have some good discussion about the remaining space in town, its suitability for commercial versus residential development. I think the board is well aware of kind of all of the nuances of kind of what goes into one versus the other. But since this is an open forum, I do want to encourage the general public, as you're looking for who to vote for in this upcoming election, to make sure you're asking the candidates about their views on this, what they'd like to see as a future of Superior, because I think the point was well made during the meeting that we don't have a lot of land left that is remaining to be developed. So now is really the time to kind of make those decisions over the next couple of years. I also want to thank Sandy for her service. She was an invaluable mentor to me, both in encouraging me to run for this position and kind of supporting me throughout the campaign. And then, of course, on the board, always being somebody who's great to talk to and get different perspectives. So Sandy is definitely missed.
All right, thanks. And Mark.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'll echo what was said about Sandy. She definitely will be missed. She was a great presence here on the board. She came on the board at the same time that I did, and it's not going to feel the same without her. So thanks, Sandy, for her service to the town. She definitely was a valuable and important voice. On September 9th, I attended as the OSAC alternate in Sandy Hammerly's stead, the OSAC meeting. One of the things that OSAC talked about was suggestions for naming the CenturyLink open space. So stay tuned for that. We'll be seeing that in a recommendation that OSAC made, but they will be sending 4 names to the board for our consideration, in addition to the full survey that went out to the community of all the names that were suggested. There were some funny ones there, so I encourage everybody to look at what the community came up with. Second, on this morning, Ken and I were at the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council meeting. Nothing of significance to report in terms of the status of the actual site. One of the things that we do when we have these quarterly meetings is they report on whether or not there's a reportable condition. So whether one of the thresholds has been triggered to justify some additional looks. And there were no additional reportable conditions. But one thing that's of note that the community should be aware of is the Stewardship Council is made up of 10 local governments, but then there are 4 community positions available. And there are 2 community positions that are open right now for members of the public. If you're interested in applying, the deadline is October 1st. They are 2-year terms that begin on February 2021. The Stewardship Council will conduct interviews in late October via WebEx. And again, applications are due on October 1st. So if you're interested in being more involved in the Stewardship Council beyond just the town of Superior being a member, and you're interested about Rocky Flats, I'd encourage members of the public to consider pulling an application and submitting it by October 1st. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark. And I will just conclude with my announcements. And as a reminder to everyone, our next and final budget meeting is on the 21st of September, 6 p.m. to schedule 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. and available through this format on Zoom. Public's welcome to view that. And I will just close with joining my colleagues in thanking Sandy Hammerly for her service on the Board of Trustees for 4 years. I appreciate her contributions and insights, and thank you very much for your service to the community and this board. All right, we'll go now to Matt.
Thank you. Just one item for the board tonight. We heard back from the school district, and it looks like Tuesday, September 29th is the date, the soonest date that works for them. So we'll be sending out a calendar invite, and I think it'll be a Zoom meeting, but I have to verify
I have
that.
a full battery. Can I move it?
That was it.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And Phyllis.
No, I don't have anything.
and Kendra?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right. We are on now to public comment. This is public comment on the consent agenda, which is item number 3, anything on the consent agenda, although we have pulled 3D, so we'll cover that as a separate agenda item, and you can comment on that at during 3D when we talk about that, or presentations or non-agenda items. So if anyone in the public would like to comment on consent agenda, non-agenda, presentations at this time, please signify by raising your hand, and I will call in the order that people raise their hand. And we have one hand raised, Suzanne. I believe it's Sawyer Ratliff. Go ahead. Okay, just need to unmute. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much for calling on me. So I'm watching my time carefully here because I'm thinking about the last time I talked with you. It's been a while. And so I guess I was mainly thinking, I think I'm going to just disappear for a while and I'm not going to bother. And that's kind of an attitude, isn't it? And I decided I did not want to be that person. So I decided instead, because of the long time I've been in the community, that I would just tonight, in my 5 minutes, make some comments and observations. And I guess I'm also thinking of this as a little bit of an appeal to our town trustees. I wanted to start by making a point about the history. Some of you were not on the board. I don't think any of you were on the board when the Superior Marketplace came in. So I just want to comment at that time when the Superior Marketplace came in, there were many longtime Superior residents paying attention to this, and Rock Creek residents as well. And we here in the original town sort of sat by and felt helpless as we watched eminent domain crush longtime Superior people whose homes were demolished and they were condemned. And it was shortly thereafter that one of the retired people died. So I just wanted to make a comment about how distressing and crushing that was. Not to be a depressing person here, because I try not to be depressed, but if you weren't here, I wanted to make a point about that. Secondly, I want to make another historical point, which was not too long ago, and most of us were here for the Planning Commission's Northwest Area Planning Program that they did. That was so well attended, and lots of consultants and such good comments and involvement, and it went so well. And basically, nothing happened. There was no action taken, nothing. And I just want to be sure that you all observe the fact that because there were no guidelines, design guidelines, or anything that took place, as was the hope of all of the people involved in that, the developers and the builders came into original town 90 miles an hour to avoid any possible design guidelines. And I'm sure you've all been through original town to see what has occurred here. It's rather shocking. Anyway, that was my those are my 2 historical points I wanted to make. And then I want to fast forward to now. Paying attention to that town trustees meetings where you all were so open, and I felt so hopeful listening to you. One comment about wanting and needing, quote, affordable housing in our community. Secondly, there was the question of why does it seem like the developers and the builders are telling us what we want in our town? And thirdly, why are we continuing to get more and more and more rooftops? I really keyed into those things that you said, and I thank you so much for your thoughtfulness in those comments. So then, as a citizen, when you see things that are kind of going over the top and everything, you do whatever you can do. You look at the zoning things, you look at the laws, you look at the stuff, and then what do? You come up with a petition. And you think you've really, really done a good job. And then you watch while it gets buried or disregarded or whatever happened. Anyway, I want to thank the mayor for a very extensive, detailed response that he wrote about the petition. But I also would like to say, what might have happened if that kind of very strong detail, and that was detailed, Mr. Mayor, what would have happened if that kind of time and detail had been put in place for the citizens to explain to them, there are some issues here on your petition. We are town staff, we work here, we put you as citizens first. What about a helping hand to have redone that petition? We could have started all over, but anyway, I just want to let you know that that was very, very discouraging, and I think you can hear it in my voice. So I say, what now? And I will let you know that today I had a talk with a longtime original town citizen here. I hadn't seen her in a while, and basically she went right back to the discussion of, we think what's going to happen is our homes are going to be condemned. This is going to be gentrification, and this is going to be that no one will be listening to us. I wanted you to know about that. I felt really sad. And I said to her, oh, I hope you never move. I hope you're always going to be my neighbor. You have been a long time citizen here in Original Town Superior. Condemnation was a frightening thing way back and a distressing thing for the Superior Marketplace. I'm calling on you and appealing to you to be sure as town trustees that you stand strongly for us.
Suzanne, you're a little over 5 minutes if you don't mind wrapping up. Thank you.
I will write up my last sentence because it's something I've said to the board before, Mr. Mayor. We not only are part of your history, but I like very much for you to think of us as your parents or your grandparents. We were the original town, and I hope you will be busy protecting us. I'm counting on you for that. And I will end by saying I continue to appreciate your thoughtfulness and your questions. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. All right, any additional public comment? All right, not seeing any. We'll go on now to, let's see. Okay, we'll go on now to our presentations, which is economic development update.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Adam Hughes with Better City, who's the company that's our economic development consultant, is here tonight to provide the board with an update on activities, recent activities with regard to economic development. Adam?
Thank you, Matt. For some reason, my video is not working, but let me see if I can share screen here. Okay, start the video. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, got a few head nods. So
yes.
We'll walk through the executive summary, and then we'll get into the incentive memo that we put together, as well as a brief brochure on targeted marketing for local businesses. But based on some of the feedback and input and guidance from the last town board meeting, we reached out to Brixmor and had a conversation with them just to understand what they're doing in terms of trying to assist their tenants. And I was pleased to hear that they were very flexible and being proactive in trying to assist their tenants in getting through these unprecedented times. And what they communicated to us was that that has been their mission, to try and help as they get out of all of this COVID-19 and the struggles pertaining to that they can bring as many tenants through as possible, where it makes sense, obviously. But to see that they were dedicated, that they had active discussions, they'd come to agreements with a number of tenants in terms of flexibility with rent. They were having active discussions with a number of other ones. They had some tenants that had indicated that they didn't need assistance, none of those being restaurants, by the way. And they had also been proactive in communicating to them that if they needed any outdoor expansion space that could be made readily available for them. At the time of our conversation, they hadn't had any tenants approach them about having any type of outdoor space, but they did say that if they did, that they would be able to accommodate that. We did also communicate to them the desire for them to come forward to the table sooner rather than later with plans for redevelopment. Again, they reiterated that right now they're just managing capital and trying to get through this pandemic, but they would look to move forward with that sometime in 2021. We also facilitated some conversations with Metro Denver EDC on an economic development prospect, and I think that was really insightful just to understand what that company was looking for and how Superior can, improve our relationships with Metro Denver EDC, as well as create more awareness regarding downtown Superior. We've been doing a lot of behind the scenes work in that regard, and I think that figuring out ways in which we can gain some traction there with the office space is really going to be critical, as has been discussed.
Adam, okay if we do this, if we just take questions as you're going through this?
Yeah, absolutely. Trust you.
On the Metro EDC, next time Jenks is in town, let's make sure that we get Sam up here to meet with Bill. Let's facilitate that tour, roll out the red carpet. I don't know. I don't think Bill's obviously not on the phone with us today, but I don't think Sam's ever been to Superior. So let's get Sam and Lisa out here, please.
Hey, Kevin, Bill is on the call.
Great.
And he's
So
got
Bill,
his
take
hand
that.
raised.
Right, great. So let's just, Bill, if you can coordinate with Adam offline, let us know when you're on a plane next. I know you're not doing a lot of traveling these days, but this is an important in-person meeting, and Sam was willing to come up here, and we'd like you to make sure you're rolling out the red carpet for him.
Yeah, this is Bill. No problem. Happy to do that. And as you know, we're just as excited as anybody to get some office uses and economic development in the town center. So thank you for the suggestion.
Thanks.
And just on that note, Sam also offered to come up and do a presentation to the town board, if you'd like, on Metro Denver EDC and their process and their relationships that they do have.
Great.
So maybe we could combine those two.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So with that, one of the things that we did was we purchased a subscription to the Silicon Valley Business Journal. It's also a sister company of the Denver Business Journal, to highlight potential prospects. I think there's been a high profile relocation that many of you probably read about in the news, relocating out of that area to Denver. And so identifying some other potential businesses there and just reaching out and seeing if they'd have interest is a strategy that we're doing. We know Metro Denver EDC is also active in doing that as well, and reaching out to California markets as well as New York City to try and communicate the resiliency of the Colorado economy and the benefits of relocating here. So we also conducted some outreach to some retail operators, knowing that there's going to be some space that needs to be backfilled with some closures that are occurring. See if they'd have interest in coming to Superior. Some of these have been doing relatively well in comparison because it's just their business model lends itself to the delivery or takeout model.
So speaking about that, Adam, so there's been some additional closures in the Rock Creek Center next to Safeway. The Del Vecchio's restaurant closed down. The Pizza Hut just closed down last week. Have you had any discussions with the owner of that section of that marketplace, the Rock Creek Center, J&B, the landlord there?
We have a meeting scheduled for 2 weeks with them, with another prospect that they're looking at lease some space there to backfill one of those empty units, and we'll be having a conversation with them to explore what that might look like. But from what we gathered, those two businesses were not doing very well even before COVID. And I think what COVID has done is it's accelerated some, market adjustments. But one of the things we're we're targeting here is to backfill the Pizza Hut location.
Yeah, Adam, I don't know if you're the right person to direct this question to, or whether it's Matt. I know you participated in our economic grants earlier in the year. I think the last update I saw, we still had just 4 restaurants that were signed up for our restaurant-oriented economic grants that we're doing as a second round right now. Can you speak to whether or not we have any more than 4, and if it's still only 4, why we don't have a higher uptake in these grants that, in my interpretation, come with virtually no strings attached to a restaurant?
No, that's a great question, Trustee Lish. So yeah, I mean, the way that the program has been structured, it was really for small businesses and franchisees. So there's not going to be, you know, a large population to begin with in terms of which businesses qualify for that. So of those, we've reached out to everyone that has not submitted. We know that there's at least 2 that are planning on submitting. They just haven't gotten around to it. And then the others, yeah, we've sent emails and made phone calls and are still waiting to hear back. But for the most part, we've been able to communicate with all of those restaurants that are either have submitted or are planning to submit.
Okay, I appreciate that. So as far as next steps on that, what I'd like to see is let's try to figure out what our population is going to be and our ultimate grant expenditures for this round. And if we could work with Matt and Paul on our side to have a good understanding of what our CARES Act balance looks like, and ensuring that we have a solid understanding of how we're going to spend out our CARES Act funds. If we have a portion of funds available, I would love to hear your opinion on other ways we can use that money to help stimulate our local businesses as a reaction to how COVID has impacted them. So it sounds like we're 1 or 2 weeks out from that conversation, but I want to make sure we have that conversation as quickly as feasibly possible, because I mean, every day that goes by, it gets harder and harder for folks that are already struggling to keep their business afloat with the COVID restrictions. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, we'll get with Paul and Matt. We'll figure out how much that's going to be and what the remaining amount will look like, and discuss some options with that funding.
Thanks. And I do realize we're probably using some of that for the C-Source stuff, but I don't want to jump ahead. I'll have some questions for that too.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's jump down or jump over to, we wanted to, I think one of the questions was what other things could we do? What other levers could we pull in terms of incentives, particularly as it relates to an office project downtown Superior. And so one of the things that we did was we looked through the URA documents and the development agreements and just put together some options that the town may consider, just in terms of providing something above what has already been provided to that project, if it makes sense to attract an economic development prospect to the site. Much of what is included and discussed in here is already stipulated and set forth in the development agreements. You'll notice the system development fees down at bullet 4 and building permit fees. Those are all levers that the community could pull if desired to reduce the cost structure on a particular project, but that would need to be an addendum to the development agreement, as those fees are already set forth in that. The parking structure, that was a question.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's probably a little bit more work we would need to do on that as well. So I just want to say that it's not quite that easy, but I haven't seen this before. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for commenting on that. There's probably a lot more to it than just that.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam, just a question. I mean, and I guess I missed the direction we gave you to focus on downtown Superior and the adjacent area. I mean, I was hoping at some point that the board's going to get a slate of, hey, maybe these are the incentives you should layer on for the whole town, because this is what Broomfield and Louisville and Lafayette have. I think, if we use the Resolute area, and 2.5 years ago we were told that we could likely get a hotel, and then it just went poof and ended up in Broomfield. Like 2 miles away. What is it that they were offering that we didn't even have as table stakes? Right. I mean, what I'd like to potentially see is, sort of a rank ordering of what's already on the table nearby and what this community needs to put on the table just to get, Hilton to even look at us. I mean, because let's be honest, Hilton doesn't care if they put the hotel in Broomfield or Louisville or Superior. They just want to go where it's the least amount of work. They don't want to have to pick up the phone and ask us, hey, will you match Broomfield? Which of course we would, but if Broomfield's already offering it, it's just easier. So, while I'm super excited about, what we can do in downtown, I really want to think about the other parts of our town where we still have space and what incentives we need to have to stay competitive.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. We can certainly do that and adjust this memo accordingly. I know that previously when we were in discussions with Hotel Prospect that we had kind of laid out what incentives would be market and what would be above that. So we can certainly pull that forward in a more broader memo.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for, at some point, I'd like to see something more formal. I mean, it's great that we're having the one-off discussions with each and every hotel chain, but that's a lot of work. And if it's just, hey, look on our town website, here's the incentives, here's our economic development strategy, boom, 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 boom. The planning manager who's sitting in somewhere New Jersey can look at that and say, hey, I can run the numbers on this and it makes sense. Let's go and talk to them now. I mean, that's my feeling is, a lot of what's here is great, but how do we sort of implement this?
Okay. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. So we'll work on pulling that together and revising this memo accordingly. So with office and with hotel, especially on sites where there's no pre-existing, tax increment agreement, I think it's really just laying out what the town can do, understanding the landscape in terms of what the other taxing entities are willing and able to provide. So we can certainly reflect that in a much broader memo and policy.
Yeah, that's going to be, again, we're going to need to talk about that because there's a lot of what SURA can do has already been pledged. So.
Right. And that's why I want to broaden the discussion beyond SURA to the rest of town.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there are almost two questions. There's Adam, I don't think any of us expect you to be a lawyer on what we can do legally, but I think you could help us with what could we do. And then I think by partnering with Kendra around what what would we be permitted to do, either because something's not ever otherwise pledged or it's just not permissible for whatever reason. But I think to Neil's point, having, I see it as two things. I think we want to have a better understanding of the tools that are available to us, what's in the bag. Because right now it's sort of, things come and we discuss things and it might depend on the application ad hoc. And that doesn't feel it's very reactive. Would rather be a little bit more proactive and understand those tools. And second, I agree with Neil. I think if we're out there unicorn hunting, which effectively we are in a pretty bad economic situation right now with COVID, let's improve the level of transparency that we would otherwise have. I think it was, it would be unusual a year ago to probably put on our marketing literature or on the website what some of the incentives might be available. But I'm starting to change my perspective on that, given A, COVID, and B, all the development that's happening up and down the 36 corridor. We're going to run out of time real quick. And so want to kind of make sure we have a foot on the gas. So I think Neil's suggestions are great. Number one, tools in the bag. Two, how could you help us improve that transparency? And then of course, what could we do is different than what we're permitted to do. So partnering with Kendra to make sure the appropriate guardrails are in place.
Yeah, and just to that point, I think it's a really good point, Kevin and Neil, and thank you for bringing it up because, from my understanding, urban renewal authorities like SURA, they're useful for redeveloping blighted areas, but generally speaking, the tax incentives that they take advantage of end up getting passed through to the tenants through triple net leases. So what I'd be really interested in is, what are our competing jurisdictions? What are Louisville, Broomfield doing? Not from a property tax perspective, but just from a pure economic, a line item in their budget for economic development for incentives that aren't going to be then, passed through to the property tax holder. That's what I'd be interested in, because, right now, if we're going through this budgeting process, and what we really need to have a discussion on is maybe we need to have a separate line item for incentives that we're actually going to be offering to commercial users to lure in office tenants. Well, we should have that discussion now as we're going through the budgeting process. So it would be nice to know, what does Broomfield budget for this? What does Louisville budget for it? What does Lafayette budget for it? Or are they doing things strictly through urban renewal authorities? I imagine that they're not.
No, they're not.
Oh, Kendra, I'll reach out to you and we can touch base offline.
That'd be great. Okay.
Any other questions on this or guidance from the board?
Just on that last one, I know you're having a lot of one-off meetings. It's probably not appropriate for, detail beyond a bullet point that you met with XYZ company, but, feel free. You have a team of people at your disposal. If you need any one of us to join you in one of these meetings, to reinforce messaging, to go to a local restaurant and meet a franchise owner and have a cup of coffee with them, to sell Superior, whatever you need, please make sure you're reaching out. I know you and I were in contact on a couple of those, but I'd like to increase the frequency of which we're communicating, and that's as much on me as it is on you. But let's do that. And I was speaking for I almost said 7 of us, speaking for all of us. I know we'd all be willing to do that. 6 of us.
Okay. Yeah, as those opportunities arise, we'll certainly reach out and coordinate. Okay. Well, the next item we wanted to bring up to the board and get your thoughts on this, and this is kind of in relation to one of the comments that was made at the last town board meeting of what can we do to help our local businesses and our residents that patronize Superior understand that their dollars are important and how they can support our local businesses. So one of the tools that we have available through our CSource data analysis is the ability to utilize mobile device information and geolocation data to serve up ads. And this can be very targeted. It can be associated with geofencing a particular area and identifying which devices are registered within that area, and then serving up advertising to them that are specific to, say, a business campaign. One example may be customers who are visiting, say, Costco or Target, and their device registers within those areas, to serve them up an advertisement to go to a local restaurant within Superior, or another business that would be service oriented. And we're doing this in some other communities, and I think the opportunity here is a lot of businesses pull back on marketing when budgets get tight, and what we're suggesting is if we can provide an incentive or a way in which we can help those businesses continue to market and try and get customers in, it could be helpful for them in getting out of COVID-19. So what we've discussed with staff has been a matching program for a campaign that would run for a period of time, and it would allow for businesses to contribute $500 to an advertising campaign, and the town would match that, and that $1,000 would be used to do this targeted marketing to mobile devices. And there are a number of ways in which that can be configured and used, but the intent would be that this would be a very kind of targeted marketing campaign to try and support local businesses within the town.
So Adam, quick question. So at first I don't know how many of our local businesses have used something like this before. Do you have any idea the level of complexity it is to set up a marketing campaign using this mechanism?
So that would be something that the C-Source would do. So that's our sister company. They would do all the back end. What they would require from the business is really just some marketing graphics and the messaging from them in terms of what banner ads would be run on the mobile devices. So all the back end in terms of how the market would be defined and how they would be targeted, we can work with the businesses and do all that back end associated with that.
Okay.
So from the business perspective, it's not that complicated.
Great. I'm sure you and town staff have already talked about this, but this seems like a perfect opportunity to partner with the chamber and help them get the word out on this option, or this opportunity, I should say, to help drum up some participation with this. And I think they could certainly help us get this out to the people who need it in the quickest way possible.
That's a great idea. We can certainly partner with TJ and get this out.
If I could add, because there's still some businesses in town that are not in the chamber, and I think sometimes we have a blind spot for them. I mean, we don't have a link on our website that says something as simple as doing business here, or economic. Broomfield's got economic vitality, and it drills into a whole bunch of stuff. Louisville's got doing business. It's right on the top page. Everything is right there. I love leveraging the chamber for as much as we can, but I also want to ensure that we can hit the people that aren't members.
I agree with that. I don't want us to focus just on a single stream of output, but making sure we use as many streams as possible to get it out there. But I fully agree.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions regarding this?
Adam, this feels like just a pretty low cost, high value thing we could do. Are you coming to the board now for approval on something like this? Are you just looking for some direction? Then you'd work with Matt and team on it. I mean, I love the idea of something like this. It's anything we could do to drive additional volume, and marketing budgets are getting cut. So yeah, you spend 500, we'll spend 500. Brilliant. Let's do it.
Yeah, we're going to need to approve that at a separate meeting once we have a better idea of how it's going to work. But yes, I mean, we can move forward with getting that ready.
Even Kendra, even if it's below the threshold?
Well, I don't know what the threshold is because I don't know how many are going to take advantage of this, right? So I don't know. Is it?
Well, we don't have 50 businesses at $500 a pop. We don't have 50 businesses to go above the threshold.
Okay, then maybe we're fine. I still need to put together an agreement and, what all the documents are. But yes, if we don't need more board approval, we can certainly move forward.
Okay, so I guess the
board approval. Okay, this is the first I've seen of any of this, so I'm just.
This was just being presented tonight, so the board can have an update of what's going on. And I plan on getting this out this week. So.
Okay. I love it, Matt. I want to, foot on the gas to the point earlier. Love it. Now go back on mute.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions or comments on this? Okay, well, that concludes our presentation. Again, thank you all. Thanks for your participation and your engagement and involvement. We've certainly enjoyed the calls that we were able to participate on with some of you over the course of the last couple of weeks. And we certainly will reach out to members of the town board if there are opportunities to visit with potential businesses and keep you informed as we move through this.
Hey, Adam, one last final question. I saw in your update that Crumble Cookies is coming to town. Do we have a time frame for when we expect them to open?
No, I don't. I know that they were looking at a unit in the Superior Marketplace, and I could certainly reach out to their leasing specialist and see.
Yeah, they're taking the space right next to Panera Bread. It was a haircuttings business in that space, and We don't have a time frame of when they plan to be open, but as soon as we know, we'll update the board.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just curious.
Hey, Adam, just a quick question on the, sort of the market rents. I'm sure it didn't get lost on anybody that the two areas with the highest vacancy rates also have the highest rents. It's basic, not rocket science, it's basic economics. How much of that, a future meeting is driven by the mill levies that are assessed, at the marketplace and elsewhere relative to Walnut Creek or Louisville and Lafayette? I'm just curious, if, obviously Brixmor can do whatever it wants, but how much of it is because of the taxes that we've levied into these areas? Or are these all triple net and leases? Like, that's just a question to.
They are, and no, that's really good insight. They are triple net leases, both at Rock Creek and at Superior Marketplace. So those levies are being passed through to tenants.
And then on a comparison basis, when we're comparing our number, it's not an all-in number. Are the other numbers triple N or are they all in? I mean, we're not going to solve it here. I think I'd asked for this 2 years ago before you came on. I think I'd asked it for the former chair of the chamber. How does an all-in rent, in our marketplace or the Rock Creek Village compare to an all-in lease somewhere else?
I think
we know
we
what
do
our
have
mill
that.
levy is, and we know what we can control. But what about the others?
Yeah, we can gather that information. I think what it's going to come down to really is how the mill levies stack up against each other, because what we have is the stated market rate at triple net in our retail analysis, but we don't have that broken down into what components are, the lease, base rent as compared to CAM, as compared to, the triple net charges that pass through. But we can certainly do that analysis and break down the mill levy if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really envelope math to get the mill levy rates for the different communities in here. So we can do that. So if the numbers that you have are triple net leases, then that's enough information for me to run with. And I think that's incredibly valuable because it's not just about the mill levy. We're still pretty high.
Yeah.
Well, and I think you'll see, we've talked about it through the budget process. We're doing as much as we can to lower that property tax, especially in the marketplace area, because the interchange district is over it. And in a couple of years, we're expecting to be able to lower that property tax even more. So we're trying to do what we can to lower the burden on those businesses and leaseholders in the marketplace.
And I think it's fantastic, Matt, but I think we all acknowledge that, in the list of taxing authorities, we're one of many. So that's a proverbial challenge. But, on a go-forward basis, with the Rocky Mountain Fire merger potentially coming in, there's other reductions that we need to find a way to articulate to those that are thinking about coming here.
Okay, thanks, Adam, for the presentation. We appreciate your work and the updates.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
All right, next on our agenda is 2G Advisory Committee reports. We've got CAP's report first.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So the Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee's chair and vice chair here tonight, Debbie Yates and Terry Whitaker, and they're going to provide an update to the board on just their yearly activities and what's coming up, as well as Dina Miller. I see her on the screen. Is from staff is in the meeting as well. So Dina, is Debbie going to start off, or are you?
Debbie will be giving the presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I will be sharing the screen just momentarily. Is everyone ready for that?
Go ahead, and if Debbie's available, she can go ahead.
I am.
All right, welcome.
You guys had me on, maybe it's a good thing. You had me on no video and mute, so we're all set. And I think Leslie's there too. And Dina's going to drive the PowerPoint presentation. And I'm assuming you guys can hear me okay, or do I need to plug in a microphone? You good?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, in the packet that was sent over to you that you would ask us to review, I'm Debbie Yates. Terry Whitaker, who's the vice chair, is actually on, as is Leslie Clark and Dina Miller, just in case you guys have any questions that I can't answer. So I'd like to thank you and the board for sharing your meeting time with Cultural Arts and Public Spaces to address your question, which was, where has CAPS canceled projects? Why and what projects have been added? And how has this reassigned our 2020 budget? And in the memo that Leslie sent over to you, the goals for CAPS are envision and create an engaging arts and cultural experience, create inspired public spaces, create opportunities to build community, and advise the board on these topics. The Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Committee has also followed the master plan that was approved in February when reassigning projects and those budget dollars. And just as a reminder, the master plan approved goals are the arts path and mobility. And one of the things that we have kind of seen is those two concepts have somewhat morphed into each other and blended together. For instance, under mobility, it's combining public art and transportation safely to create a safer, more accessible street for pedestrians and cyclists of all ages. The thought in the question is, how do you get from Wildflower Park or El Dorado K8 and you go all the way through town past the North Pool and you get to downtown Superior? How are you going to safely cross over McCaslin, over McCaslin, to get over to Founders Park to get to either the bus or to Superior Marketplace? And that's where the art and mobility path comes into play. One of the other goals is public art. Next one is events and programming, create opportunities for us to connect and engage with each other and to build a strong community through all cultural arts. And kind of a great example of how this will start to happen is that when the Colton Community Center is finished, then it has a stage in it, which is amazing and exciting. And it also will have, the town will also have the amphitheater at Parks 1 and 2, which is also an amazing thing to add in. And you will have the events and programming linked to those pretty amazing facilities. And the final goal, to elevate creative capital. Okay. The 2020 projects and event status for CAPS. And keep in mind that every one of these projects and events, we have found that having each one of these has a subcommittee, and each subcommittee actually has a chair. They meet, they post their meetings, they meet, they take notes, and then they bring back their thoughts and ideas to the whole CAPS committee as a whole. The first issue, or the first question to answer, what projects were canceled due to the pandemic? Those were the main event, Immersive Art, the Shindig Music and Dance, the block parties, and the crosswalks were moved to 2021. Okay, Terry, you want to take over on new events added?
Sure. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. As a result of not being able to do some of the things that we had planned for the year, the ones that Debbie just talked about, we were looking at ways to be able to continue with what we had on the master plan, things that we had done, things that might create some excitement within the town. Everybody seemed to like the bus shelters that we had done, so we thought, well, we've got 4 more bus shelters that we had planned for next year. Let's see if we can get those done this year. And the committee has met, and we've decided that we're going to focus on Superior in the current day. And we have asked Dina to put out the request for proposals, or the request for people to come back and let us know what kind of ideas that they've got. The other thing that we decided that could be an interesting project here is the Superior Snapshots. Basically, we took about 80 photos of residents throughout the town who signed up. They were not coerced. They were asked if they wanted to participate in this. And pictures were taken by one of 4 photographers. And we will decide, based upon those shots and what the photographers submit, which ones we want to use, and we're going to create a book. The book itself may not be published until next year. That's what we're anticipating, but we're going to be working on that from now until it's completed. The other thing that we decided to do in order to hopefully enliven people's situation with the pandemic, we decided on July 4th that we would have the mural truck drive around town and showcase art like they do in Denver. And this was a relatively simple thing to have happen. It occurred quickly. I'm not sure everybody got to see it, which is too bad because the artwork that they exhibited was beautiful. And so we'll have some thoughts about whether or not we want to do that again next year if we're still stuck in this situation. The other thing that we did was we asked a local artist over in Boulder. They created the art that's at Purple Park. And I know that's a temporary piece, and I know that there were negative comments because they didn't understand, or at least I think that's what the case was, about the houses. And then when the wind fan things were put in, it just created a whole complete look. And that will be there until the end of September. And art is supposed to make you ask questions. It's supposed to hit you emotionally. Some you like, some you don't. The other thing that we talked about and have decided that we would like to do is to create an opportunity for local artists, local creatives, to be able to apply for a small grant to help them with a temporary situation here in Superior. So those are the new projects that we're looking at. They all fall within the master plan. So,
Terry, just a quick couple points of clarification. Can you just confirm
sure.
that all these things were sort of consistent and directional to the master plan, but more specifically, the bus shelters were actually, so the additional bus shelters were planned for 2021, and so what we did was we accelerated those into
That is correct.
Okay, and then the temporary art was a little, a bit of an audible, but still directionally consistent with the master plan, but it was the bus shelters that got accelerated.
Yes, that is correct.
Great.
Hey, Terry, can I ask you a quick question? Just to follow up on the grants for the creatives. You said to help them out with temporary situations. Is that like to provide temporary art to the town, or are we as a town expecting something out of that? Or can you help me understand the objective of these grants a bit better?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? I lost the tail end of that.
Just asking if you can help me understand what the objective of the grants is. Are we getting, as a town, some type of artwork from these creatives, or is this to help the creatives build their own portfolio?
I'm not sure that it can't be both, but it is my understanding, or at least based upon our discussions, that we are hoping that it will be something that we as the town get.
Okay, thank you.
For example, on that, Ken, good question. So if a local artist would propose for the grant that maybe they wanted to paint those huge big cement balls over the basketball courts. And so yes, it would be something that the town would own, and it would be a part of the town. It would enhance the town. It is not something that the artist who is awarded that grant would take with them. It stays within the town.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay, so completed. We have done 6 bus shelters, 80 Superior snapshots, and the stories are now being written as at this point in time. There have been 11 prairie dogs, 2 temporary art exhibits, which is the Purple Park Wind exhibit and the mural truck. In progress is the Colton Building art. We have met, again, there's another subcommittee on that, and Jill Giordano is guiding that. She's the chair of that. We have met with the architects, and then the subcommittee has met to discuss the art and design options and the budget for the Colton Building. The Ormond Roche Trailhead, it was a collaborative subcommittee led by actually Claire Dixon, and they met with ProStack, OSTAC, and narrowed the art submissions down from 143 to actually now we're down to 3. Two of them were hired to do proposals, and then the third one is actually an existing piece of art. There were 4 new bus shelters, which the RFPs have been sent out for, the Superior snapshots again, and the temporary exhibits. One Prairie Dog will be coming online in the not too distant future. We had an artist for the Prairie Dogs who actually chose not to do it. And the new one will be coming, and it will be over on the community park path. And the last option and project is to restore the sunflowers and coal carts that are currently in the Superior Marketplace. Okay, and if you can flip over to the page on the budget.
Just one more thing is the starting in the fall, we have 2 projects.
Oh,
that are starting.
okay, you need to move it another screen.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry about that.
That's okay. Yes, starting in the fall will be the art and mobility path, which we've already started on, by the way. We've walked it. We've talked to members from ProStack and OSAC on that. And then we've also started what is a creatives roster. Okay, now to the budget page. Whoa, that's really big. Okay. Back to your question from the Board of Trustees. What was canceled, changed, moved years, or added to reassign our budget dollars? And given how incredibly difficult the year was with everybody, not being able to do activities, we did take into consideration canceling and changing and adding in things that would actually meet not only the goal for CAPS, but for the goals for the master plan. And one thing to keep in mind when you're looking at this budget is for our committee, it is a use it or lose it type concept. So in that parameter, it's really difficult to know, for instance, that the main event and the shindig, dance and music, and the block parties and crosswalks have all been either canceled or reassigned. And our concern is if that is the case, then what happens to the budget in 2021? So if you look at the spreadsheet that you have in front of you, down the left column are the master plan goals. And you see the different master plan items as you go down. The art path was scheduled to have, the art and mobility path was scheduled to have a consultant work with the partners, that would be OSAC, ProStack, Historical, and residents, to actually walk and experience what that path might look like and what were the different options and what were their preferences. And along with that, you would have experimental art that people along the path could kind of give an opinion on. It's like, oh, we really like this. Oh, no, we don't like this at all. It's somewhat of a dilemma because with COVID, our thought is that we really can't do that this fall, which would have given us a much bigger head start, but then we would need to move it to next year. As regarding mobility, as you can see, the budget dollars along here, bus shelters were installed, 4 bus shelters were moved forward. The crosswalks were also moved forward to 2021. The idea with that is they would be designed in cooperation with the 3 different schools. Under public art, Prairie Dogs are done. The Colton Community Center is up and running. Ormond Rose Trailhead is finished. Those, Dina, I think those, when are the proposals due back from the artists? End of October?
Yeah, the CAPS will review the proposals in the October meeting.
The sunflowers, you see the costs over there. And kind of the delay with the sunflowers and the coal carts was our attorney, the town attorney, has been prepping what she feels the town needs to have. If we move them, we had a spot in the Target, basically the Target Hill next to it by Founders Park. But Target has to also go through their legal process. So that has been taking a while. The hope is that that will be done in the near future, but with this legal path, who knows? And then you get down to the areas that Terry did cover, the Superior snapshots, which will be converted into books and website for the Historical Society. The temporary art exhibits, if you add them up under the far right column, estimated, you see the dollar amounts that were used for the temporary art. Now, in 2020, we had in our budget $5,000 for temporary art. Obviously, we've exceeded that. The thought was that during the hard times, you wanted to get people talking about things. You wanted them to experience whether it was prairie dogs. There were some really kind of amazing comments about the wind art in Purple Park. We thought we should do a word, you know, one of those word pictures or something about all the things that people commented about them. But we really feel that those are not only meeting the goals, but have added something that is, you know, encouraging and brings a smile to people in Superior. So if you look at the right-hand column, yes, did the temporary art exhibits exceed what we had planned for temporary art? One of the other things was a question of fall temporary art installation. The thought there is something, and we have a lot of this committee, by the way, there is a temporary art committee with Christina Constable, and they, with the guidance of, you know, Adina and all these different artists that are local, to bring something that was, again, interesting, fun, bright, whimsical into Superior during the winter season. So when it's dark and kind of crummy out and we still can't go places, it would be something that people would be encouraged with. And then under that category, you see all the events that were canceled. By the way, all these events are planned. So we could literally turn that around as soon as possible. So we're hoping that that happens next year. And those events that were canceled were a total of $32,000. And if you add in the $10,000 for the crosswalks that were actually bumped to 2020, you can see the dollars involved there. We are not doing the creative survey. We do not need to do mailings because there are no events. The master plan consultant has been paid. Then there are a couple categories at the bottom. One of them under public art maintenance. We were kind of going back and forth. We know that the mural, two restoration companies were hired to look at the mural that's on 36. And the consensus is the actual mural cannot be saved. So maybe, you know, so we did have people, they cleaned off the graffiti, but the consensus was that there was not enough there to save it. But we also thought, what if we took a picture of it and made some kind of a commemorative, I don't know, poster or something, and then took that piece of art and then hung it in the Colton Community Center, kind of reuse it basically. And one of the things that is kind of amazing to me, and between the art and mobility path, where there's so many opportunities, is the Colton Community Center. And thank you for doing this. The designs are amazing, and it is really going to be a beautiful and usable space that gives Superior residents a place to, you know, gather and have community, whether you're, you know, 1 or 100 years old. But when we met with the architects, with the subcommittee, one of the things that has been kind of a dilemma for us is the architect in the renderings would add in, for instance, you know, a fabulous mural on the back wall that would almost be like a branding statement piece. Oh, but you walk in the front door and there's the Superior sign and there's another wall. Okay, well, that's more money. And what do you add in with interactive art in the kids area or in the teen area? And as you can see, our dilemma is we have a one-time budget amount basically of $20,000. And so I think that as this process goes along, it's just not possible to meet the visions and the different things that we would like to see, but maybe the Board of Trustees steps in and feels, no, we don't need those. And, you know, how's that going to look? The other thing with, like, for instance, a stunning mural on the back wall, is it even possible time-wise to get that by the end of the year and get artists, you know, get it artist approved by the end of the year? And will the $20,000 one-time dollar, will that be lost? So that was somewhat of a concern on ours. Any specific questions? I'm guessing you have quite a few on the budget page. You have to have some questions.
I'll go first. I don't have
Okay.
any questions on the budget itself. And if anything, I don't necessarily have a problem with the reallocation. I think and this is not, a CAP specific comment. I think this is, to Matt and staff and the board on the reallocation of dollars. Because ultimately CAPS had a one line item in the budget, 100,000 or 200,000, right? And if things get canceled, what's the process? And I think the board's got to sort this out. I don't think it's a CAPS issue alone, because our other committees, OSAC, PROSTAC, and ACES, the budget line items are treated very differently. PROSTAC has 19 different line items, but they don't. It's Parks staff that implements and writes that part of the budget. And with CAPS, it's very different because philosophically, what we're doing is very different. So I don't want to try to solve that now. I just, but where the problem starts to come up is for next year, in the CAPS master plan, there's 150,000. In our town proposed budget, there's 100,000. So if we only give CAPS 100,000, who's doing the ranking and rating and organizing and pushing and pulling? That's the question. Because when we approved the master plan, when I voted to approve the master plan, I didn't vote to approve 800,000 in spending as part of that. I voted to approve the master plan with the expectation that there'd be ongoing conversations about how to prioritize. And if we fall in a bunch of money, maybe we can pull it all forward, or maybe we have to stretch it out over a longer time. So that's part of the conversation I think this board needs to have with how we go forward. But kudos to CAPS for everything you have been able to pull off. I thought the Purple Park installation was pretty cool. I don't know if you've been capturing these comments somewhere. I don't know what's the repository or where I would submit my comment, but I thought they've been pretty neat. And I actually think the artist you found there was phenomenal. And speaking for myself, when we discussed the Marshall Bridge 3 months ago, had I seen their work, I would have really thought differently about how a bridge could be made artistic. So
because George and Melanie, the artists on that, did the amazing bridge that is along 28th and Boulder, right by the campus.
Exactly. Looking at that got me really intrigued about how infrastructure can be far more, attractive. So anyways, appreciate you guys coming in. I think, from my perspective, I do acknowledge that what we had put in front of CAPS for 2020 9 months ago is very different than what CAPS is able to do. And I think you've pivoted pretty well. But I think the board and town staff do need to kind of sort out, the R&R for reallocation of dollars.
So Neil, in your comments about, looking at it and evaluating the process for this. So as CAPS goes into their 2021 budget, how should we handle that? Should we go by the master plan budget? We have all these things that really are in limbo. How do you see that? How do you think that will look?
I'll be honest, Debbie, I don't know. I have an opinion, and I'm not sure that my 6 colleagues would have the exact same opinion that I do. But the problem I have is the sort of inconsistency between PROSAC, OSAC, ACES, the Historical Commission, and CAPS. I strive for consistency. So it's either give more power to the spend to the other committees like CAPS has, or try to level the playing field across that. But yeah, Debbie, I don't have an answer for you. I'd say keep doing what you're doing, and we'll kind of sort it out.
Yeah. So I do have a bit of an opinion on that, and
okay.
Before I jump into there, every time you guys come before us, it's just jaw-dropping to hear the number of subcommittees you guys have and the volume of work that you guys are taking on. So just appreciate the huge amount of effort and workload that you guys continue to successfully manage. I will say that I have heard just more or less fantastic reviews on the pop-up art that has come up around town. The prairie dogs, in my opinion, have been very much a success. It's been fun to go around with the kids and see those. With the prairie dogs, I think one piece of feedback I've heard from the community that we can build on in the future is taking a more holistic view of dispersing the art around town. There's people so I live on the northern side of Rock Creek Parkway in Rock Creek, and I've had neighbors come up to me and say they appreciate it, but there's frustration that there's nothing for them to just walk to take their kids to see. They see south side of Superior where there's prairie dogs at Wildflower Park, just off Torrey's Peak, just off Rock Creek Parkway, and 2 up at South Pool, but then nothing that they can get to. So I think giving a little bit of consideration there would be helpful in the future. And I think that really comes down to just the art is really well adjusted when people can see it and enjoy it. So I heard a little bit of negative feedback about the mural truck, but I think that gets to the same comment that a lot of people didn't necessarily get a chance to see it.
Now, Dina, can you pull up, interesting that you should bring up the disbursement of art, because what we have tried to be very cognizant of is the map of Superior and where we're putting stuff, basically. Where do you want to see the art? So you have the minor that is an original town, and you have the, the butterfly that's in Founders Park. So when we look at the map, we're like, oh my goodness, by the town hall, you have 2 bus shelters. So we're adding in bus shelters in another area. So we really tried to take that map of Superior and add in the art all over. So we will continue to make sure the art is dispersed, but that is something we definitely look at.
Perfect. I appreciate that. And the comments that I received were not necessarily to the art overall, but just the Prairie Dog projects. I have noticed that you guys are doing a great job making sure we disperse at a much higher level. As far as Neil's comments around the spending, I'll agree with him. What I would prefer to see going forward is more of a project-based budget rather than a large just caps budget category. That way we have a better idea of what exactly we're funding. And I think and Neil alluded to it a little bit, for me, there's a disconnect between the master plan, which I think is great and gives us a nice path forward, but it's at a spending level that we can't sustain at this time. It's calling for $150,000 a year, whereas right now we just have $100,000 per year budgeted. And that's assuming that nothing bad happens and we have to drop that lower. So I think what I would personally like to see is CAPS take that master plan and then create some type of implementation strategy. And I think that what that ultimately means is one of 2 things. Either that 5-year plan gets stretched out to a 6, 7, 8-year plan. That way we can use that $100,000 every year to actually get to the spending that the master plan envisioned. Or, and this is something I'd really love to see, is if we can explore further supplemental external funding opportunities. If we can find other grants and opportunities to get, whether it's shared funding for things. We asked Happy City during the presentation about that, and they included some information to that regards. So if that's something that we can do, that just brings all of our spending that much earlier on the timeline, and we get closer to actually implementing a 5-year plan. So I think that helps me get to where I think Neil was talking about, where we see both project costs and I know kind of what to expect year in, year out when we're approving the budget.
And well, a couple things, Neil, that if you would like, the Ormond Roche artist proposals, would you like to have them present them to you, for instance, well, I don't think you're meeting in November, but when you meet in December, would you like us to present the recommendations to you from the artists at your meeting for the Ormond Roche Trailhead? Now, realizing ProStack and OStack and CAPS have all met numerous times on this. So you might decide one way or another. If you saw them, would you feel comfortable in that $25,000 that is being spent on that piece of artwork?
Speaking for myself, not the rest of the board, I think once you guys have a final path forward that you'd like to take, I think it always makes sense to come to us and just at least present it to us. That way we know what's coming and the surprises. I think that is actually a good role also just overall. Again, I'll echo Neil. I loved the installation we have at Purple Park, but I didn't know that was going in at Purple Park, and things started popping up and I started getting questions from people, and I didn't have those answers. So I don't know if that's a staff communication piece or if that's a staff communication piece, but I think just making sure that we have that overall communication of the board so that we know.
Sure. So you're not caught flat-footed. The other thing that should be a help next year when we're looking at our ability as a town to add in art, that we will be able to qualify next year for the SCFD Boulder County grant, which should be a huge help to us. And 2021 is the first year we've been able to do that under their guidelines. So that should be a help. And when we're talking about the Ormond Rose Trailhead art, which is a bigger piece, do you want to see it? Do you, and we present it to you, or do you want to have the ability to vote on it?
I don't want to speak for the entire board here. I I think for something like that, I'll leave that to kind of just past precedent for how we've done it. I do just want to circle back one last time, and as far as the comment I heard about use it or lose it or not wanting to lose budget, I want you guys to know that I think you've got very broad general support here from the board for your mission. So I'd say if we're running into spending issues this year, and we want to make sure that we'll have funds available to cover that for next year, I think all that takes is a conversation from you guys coming to us and saying, hey, we didn't get a chance to do this because of XYZ circumstances. We'd love to bring this forward. So maybe we'll have a $80,000 budget this year. If we could get another 20 grand next year, so we could actually execute on that. I think those are easy conversations to have. So I would say to put that at ease a little bit within the group. And the more you can communicate what the grand plan is, I think you'll get support for that.
Okay.
I would.
Laura?
I would definitely agree with kind of what Ken and Neil are saying. I'd love to see kind of more of this as we go. That said, I also recognize that getting on the calendar for a board meeting can be really difficult. I know we have a lot to cover, and I think it would be, I think it's very possible, even though we can't discuss as a group outside of these board meetings, I think anytime that you're kind of having some of these ideas for future events and installations and things like that, you can always feel free to just, email the board and say, hey, this is the plan. If you want to individually provide feedback, that's something we can certainly do outside of meetings. So hopefully that alleviates some of the stress of trying to get on our calendar, which I know is always looking weeks and weeks ahead. I also would agree with Neil's feedback around kind of the budget. Looking forward, don't feel like you have to spend it just because it's allocated. And I think you've done a very prudent job of what you've spent on this past year when things were topsy-turvy. That said, I do have a little bit of concern around the events and programming budget for 2021. And I realize that the line items right now are very vague, small event, block parties, and big event. I personally think it's so unlikely that we're going to really be able to have any kind of true events. So I'm reluctant to spend really, $30,000 on these events. I would love to see CAPS figure out how to plan more of things like the art in parks or installations. I know Ken had mentioned some concerns with the location of the prairie dogs, but gosh, I just cannot tell you how thrilled I am with the prairie dogs. I know they've been such a long time coming, and I think frankly, I almost think it's a benefit if they aren't necessarily right in people's backyards. We've heard from so many families saying that was our activity for the day. We took the kids out, we went to find all the prairie dogs. And I think that's a great way for people to get out in the community without interacting with others. I think those sorts of activities are what we're going to need more of, over the next year or so. So I think the more that we can focus on those sorts of static art that people can enjoy at any hour, I think that's just such a big benefit to the community. And it also helps save you time rather than, I would hate for you all to put a ton of work into planning another main event for next year, and then a month out, decide that it's not really safe to host an event like that anymore. Overall, I can't say just enough good things about the work that the CAPS committee has done, particularly in the last year. So I really trust your judgment on all of this, but when we're getting picky about the line items, that would be my feedback. Debbie, you're on mute right now. We've still got you on mute, Debbie.
While Debbie's working to come off mute, let me just make a couple quick comments. First, CAPS not only is CAPS doing a tremendous amount of work, they're doing it that we see as part of the community. They're doing a tremendous amount of work to prepare for this conversation that we're having right now. So thank you. It means a lot to me as the trustee liaison for this type of feedback that we're getting. It's remarkable. I agree. The prairie dogs, and I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, I got a compliment from a friend that lives in Boulder that drives through Superior quite a bit, how he has noticed all the art that has shown up in our town over the last few years. So really just tremendous progress. A few quick points. Number one, right, let's not talk about the 2021 budget today. I hear the flexibility, and if there's 100,000, we're going to have budget conversations. Let's budget accordingly to make sure the CAPS can be successful for next year. Whether or not that's 100, 140, or 80, let's have that conversation as a board. And today for the 2021 budget, it's probably not the conversation. I want to clarify that CAPS isn't, of course, and I think we all know this, CAPS doesn't have any discretion to spend money today, right, on any dollar. All those dollars are, of course, going through our agreed, approved processes today. So they're going through Dina and the team, and that's where the money is spent. If it exceeds a particular dollar threshold, then I think Matt's discretion is 25 and under, then of course, if it's over 25, of course it's going to come to us for approval. Due to the visibility of art, something that's as important, even if something might fall under $25,000, something as important as a mural or at the OR trailhead, that piece of artwork, even if it falls under $25,000, a practice and a good practice is to probably bring that to the board so there is some level of awareness. It should certainly be in Matt's Friday memos, but at a minimum, it should be in my reports. It should be in the CAPS readouts. It should be in a special presentation. But I'm not sure, I personally have mixed feelings about changing a process for approval for art, unless we're going to have that conversation about changing the process for approval about everything, capital improvements, parks and recreation. You know, if the project for the headworks at the wastewater treatment plant is seeing a small change because some screens need to be layered in for an additional $10,000 or $15,000 or $23,000. Is that something that's coming to the board for approval? No, there's an existing process. Matt makes sure that his team is following the process, that we're spending money accordingly. So I just want to be a little careful that we don't create a standard for public art that exceeds a standard for the rest of our spend. There are, of course, some exceptions because public art is seen every day, and not many people see the inside of our wastewater treatment plant. But there's some, I want to be a little careful here that we don't, again, have a separate standard for the CAPS committee or public art just because it's public art.
I want to be clear, I'm not at all proposing changing the approval process. And I hope my comments were clear that I really trust CAPS and Dina with the decisions that they've been making. My suggestions around passing, sending us emails or asking for feedback is more just if the committee is interested in getting more feedback, we can certainly provide that offline. It's not about a formal approval.
And I think we would love to have, we are big communicators, if anything. So we don't hold anything back. We love your input. We love your ideas. We'd be happy to share that as often as you would like without driving you nuts, basically. So we will follow any guideline on that you have. I think really for us to be able to plan for next year, and again, there's, the Parks and Rec is coming up with their master plan. Well, part of that has a mobility path. How's this going to look? Which involves us, and that's in a 2021, budget basically. And the other thing is the Colton Community Center, which will be finished by next May. And again, we're putting together a lot of ideas, which we are happy to share with you and see what kinds of things you would like to do. But again, the budget for that is going to be more for that than that $20,000. Even one of the things that was the town kept telling us is when they did the feedback was you wanted to see a kind of an art gallery space. It might be the artwork from kids at El Dorado K-8 that they hang on movable murals for a couple weeks or something like that. Well, in order for us to buy the murals, those movable murals and hooks is $5,000. So the thought is that we would do that in 2021, but if we do that, then it adjusts the budget of 20,000. How do you add in the mural? So as any town, business, or family, we're balancing these type of priorities, and we're happy to bring those priorities to you. I think we just need a little guidance on what you as a board of trustees feels important with the mobility path and the Colton Art Building. Those are the two biggies, actually. Any other questions? Clint, do you have any questions out there?
I think this all sounds great. Appreciate the hard work and the presentation.
Well, thank you to Leslie and Dina for all this, because by the way, they are an amazing support team. They have a huge amount of knowledge and are very open to doing all the kind of non-traditional things that the Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Committee does do. So thank you to them for their guidance in helping to put all this together. And again, anytime you have questions or you're thinking that, oh, I want to know what's going on, please reach out to us so we get your feedback. We do appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks again, Debbie. We appreciate your work and the presentation tonight. And thanks to all the other CAPS members that are joining us on the meeting.
Awesome. Thanks, team.
All right. We are done now with item 2, and we're on to the consent agenda, which is item number 3. We've pulled 3D and 3C. We've moved 3C and we've pulled 3D for separate discussion. So I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is A and B.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Ryan. Is that correct?
I think it
was me.
It was Mark, and then I seconded. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Leysa, second by Trustee Ryan. And roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The consent agenda passes unanimously. We're on now to 3D, which is adoption of a resolution approving an agreement with Superior Maintenance for snow removal and ice control services. And Neil, you pulled this out.
Yeah, thanks. And Alex, I sent Alex some of these questions earlier today, and I do want them in the record. So we're going to kind of regurgitate the conversation. And one of the reasons I pulled it is not just the expending. It's we put this thing out to bid, and we got no bids. We got one bid, and that's a bit of a challenge. Obviously, the memo explains some of the reason why. Alex, can you talk about the other municipalities that contract out like Superior and what their strategy has been?
Okay, snow removal in Colorado and municipalities is really mostly done in-house with municipal crews and municipal trucks and so forth. There are contracts that municipalities have with for major storms and to supplement their services when they can't handle major storms. Also, sometimes they do some of the minor streets. The only entities that we know of that really do it the way Superior does, where they contract out most of their snow, if not all their snow removal, is the city of Centennial. Lone Tree also has been doing that. And then you have public entities like E470 and then US 36 also contract out for those types of services. So we're kind of unique in that. So they're the contractors to gear up for a major project like this need to have the feedback I've gotten from, as I explained in the memo, was that at least one firm would like a longer contract if they were to be enticed to bid on it. So that's one entity. And then I think also is that we would have to probably start much earlier in the process and maybe have discussions with contractors early on with maybe a request for information process to give them a heads up because we did try to go out earlier this year. We went out in July, but again, that doesn't give contractors a whole lot of time to get trucks and personnel and so forth in place. So I think that's another lesson we learned, that we probably need to start much earlier in the process. So anyway, there aren't too many entities that bid out their major, especially arterials and collectors like we do.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect. And one of the reasons why I want to understand this is, you have a metric in here, and you guys have heard me say this 100 times. I'm probably going to say it 100 more in the next 2 years, about key performance indicators, like how are we measuring what we're doing? And there's a line in here, it's cost per miles driven, which I think is great because now we're actually quantifying it. But what I don't have is any sort of benchmark on what the numbers should be. I can only look, it's like belly button, we can look at our belly button and say, well, it's better than last year, but it's worse than 2 years ago. And what I'd like us to do, and I do acknowledge we're going to need more time, is, in those communities that are contracting out, they probably have a metric. But for a community that's doing it in-house, take Louisville, for example, what is their cost per mile if we can get to that? Because, this looks good, but I don't have anything to compare it against. I can look back on our own history of, 10 years ago, and we're spending 3 times as much for snow removal. So I do have some concerns that, we're plowing the bare pavement, which, looks fantastic when you cross a bridge into Louisville, but there's a cost associated with that. I've got good tires. I can handle 2-3 inches of snow. And I want to be careful we're not spending more than we might necessarily need to when the sun, that big orange golden ball, is going to melt it anyways. So as we think about this year, I don't think we have a lot of options, but I would like us to consider, starting the process a little earlier and isolate the variables that we can compare to other municipalities. So we know that we're competitive. The RFP process is the sort of way that we compare this, but it didn't work this time.
Well, sure. In terms of the performance indicators and measures, I think that's something that we can collect from our neighboring jurisdictions. I'm sure I've seen some in Louisville. They collect a lot of data, a lot of different ways. So we can, I can get with my counterparts and do a little survey. I'm sure everybody would be interested in that. I just did not have time to do that for this this go around, but that's certainly something we can collect and see what kind of data they are collecting to give you a better feel of what how our performance stacks up against others.
Yeah, and I do like the mindset here of contracting it out, because it gives us a flexibility in a low snow year to a high snow year, and the only variable for us is how many dollars we spend. It's not about, did you have the right number of staff? So this gives us infinite flexibility, which I love, but I also want to be careful that we're not potentially overpaying because we don't know how to measure what we're paying for. So just my soapbox, I apologize. But I don't have any other questions. I wanted to pull this because I think the fact that there was only one bidder, kind of had me a little concerned.
Yes, it was a concern of ours as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Anyone else have anything? All right, Neil, would you like to make a motion to?
Sure.
Just a minute, Matt, before, Alex, did this go through the state RFP process?
It went through our purchasing procedures where we posted it on Rocky Mountain eBid.
Okay, that's right. That was the question. So it went through the Rocky Mountain eBid.
Yes, and we also sent it to contractors that we knew were in that business directly to make sure they had gotten it.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I remember reading that. I just didn't remember reading it was on Rocky Mountain eBid, so just wanted to confirm it was. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And just before that, though, I do suppose that one of the things that Alex did bring up in his response to me is if we do want to go to a long-term contract, it's something that the town manager, I think it is worthwhile looking at. I know that these folks are looking for 5 years, and Centennial did a 5-year that got bumped up to 10. So, from a contracting perspective, say 9, 11, maybe 9 months from now, I do think we should possibly look at that so that we're not rebidding this every single year. There's some benefit to that, and it locks us up, and it gets a.
Yeah, right now we bid it every 4 years.
Oh, okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, but if we want to push it out another year, we might get some more vendors that are interested.
Right, and I think this is very similar to what we do with water and wastewater. And I think that's similar, that we may want to look at the time period and maybe start much earlier in the process to try to see, to entice other bidders to propose on it.
All right. No other questions from me, so I'll make a motion unless anybody else wants to add something.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'd like to make a motion, Town of Superior Resolution number R-59, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving an agreement with Superior Maintenance Incorporated for snow removal and ice control services.
Okay, motion by trustee Shaw,
A second.
second by trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski, Skwazinski,
We can't hear you, Laura.
I saw her mouth move. Said
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Laces,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we're on now to committee interviews. And first we have Superior Youth Leadership Council interviews, and we have 4 applicants for the Superior Youth Leadership Council this evening, and they are available as panelists. We will be able to hear their audio, but not their video. So if any of the board members have any questions of these applicants, well, actually, why don't we'll have each applicant maybe just introduce themselves, say hello, maybe what year in school they are, what school they go to, and maybe just one sentence on why they're interested in Superior Youth Leadership Council. So why don't we go, I will, just so they know who to, I'll prompt Catherine Marcella, if you could unmute and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, so my name is Catherine Marcella, and I currently attend Monarch High School. I'm in 10th grade, a sophomore, and I would like to be a member of the Superior Youth Leadership Council because I think I can learn valuable leadership skills and become a better part, or contribute a great part to this community through volunteering and service.
Great, thanks, Catherine. Let's go now to Benjamin Levy. Benjamin,
Hello. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm Benjamin Levy. I'm a sophomore at Centaurus High School. I'd like to be involved in this community because I have some siblings here. So I want to just make a better community for them too, as well as me.
Great, thank you. We appreciate you applying. All right, let's go now to Jared Paulson.
All right. Hello, my name is Jared Paulson. I am in 11th grade. I'm a junior at Monarch High School. And I love this town, and as part of the youth population, I believe that we should have a voice in learning and growing as a town. And I want nothing more than to make our home a safer, cleaner, and inspiring environment.
Great, thank you very much. And finally, let's go to Amanda Copley.
Hi, I'm Amanda Copley. I am an 8th grader currently at El Dorado, and I believe I could be valuable to this council because I enjoy motivating others and putting effort through the community through service and volunteering.
Very good, thank you. We appreciate all 4 of you applying to be on Superior Youth Leadership Council. We've got a great group there. It's been very popular year after year, and we're always excited to add new members as others graduate. Any board members have any comments or questions that they'd like to ask of these applicants?
I'd like to briefly ask each of the applicants, have you been able to watch one of the previous Silk meetings?
And just for organization, we'll go back to the same order we went through. So Catherine, Marcella, you want to reply to that question?
Yeah, I have. And I think that I would love to be a part of the council and do a lot of different events. And I know because of COVID, a lot of things have been canceled, but it was very interesting to see how the youth were able to organize different events and get the community involved. And so I was able to see that in a couple of different meetings they had this year. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks.
And Benjamin, have you been able to watch or attend one of the meetings in the past?
Yes, I watched the one from last week, and I thought that they were doing great work there. I'm interested in joining. It seemed like they were really guiding the community and making some changes. I'm interested.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Jared Paulson?
Yeah, I've attended one before, and I think that it's a great example for the youth on how to provide leadership in our community, and I want to be a part of that.
Thank you. And Amanda Copley?
Yes, I have attended one of the meetings, and I thought that the way that the other youth leaders were, what's the word? Working together is very interesting to me.
Great, thank you. All right, any other board members have any questions or anything for our applicants? Okay, we will go ahead and let's go ahead and act on the resolution from the consent agenda, which was the appointments that we had some appointments for continuing members, and then we have these 4 appointments. So we'll just wrap them all up into one. Ken, you want to do that resolution, please?
Yep. I'm assuming, Kendra, we have it amended, so I'll just state as amended. So Town of Superior.
Sorry, I've amended it to include these 4 additional people, all with the same terms ending in August 2022.
Perfect. Thanks, Kendra. So I move to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-58, Series 2020, a resolution of the Town Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior, Colorado, appointing members to the Superior Youth Leadership Council.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Lish, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes?
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously, and congratulations to the Youth Leadership Council members that have the renewing and the 4 that we just interviewed. You are now officially on the council, so welcome. We look forward to your work. All right, we're on now to 4B, which is Open Space Advisory Committee, OSAC, and Parks, Recreation, Open Space Trails Advisory Committee, PROSTAC, and Advisory Committee for Environmental Sustainability, ACES. We have some interviews for these groups. Let's see, do we have interview? Matt, can you help me out here? Do we?
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
So I think all the applicants are on the meeting. We have for, I think it's about every committee we have interviews tonight. So just for ease, I'll start top of the memo and work down if that works for the board. So first one we have is for the Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee. There's 1 vacancy there, and Catherine McCormick has applied for that committee.
Okay, Catherine, if you want to join the meeting with your video, that'd be great.
Okay, it won't let me join with my video. Oh.
Okay.
There, I see it. Okay.
All right, welcome. Yeah, maybe just start with the introduction of yourself and kind of what brought you to be interested in CAPS, and we'll have a few questions from board members.
Yeah, so I'm Catherine McCormick. I'm currently actually majoring in zoology, and I'm an adoption specialist at the Boulder Humane Society. So I have a couple different things going on there. What really motivated me to join is I actually live on South Pitkin, right near Purple Park. So this summer I've really been passing by all of the installations, and it actually encouraged me to kind of question, you know, what they were, and I was questioning all this, and that actually brought me to the CAPS committee. And I just really think that it made an impact on me. And I know that everyone I've talked to, it's really made an impact on them. And it's really just shown me what this like public art can kind of do for our community.
Great, thank you. We appreciate your interest. Questions from board members?
So Catherine, I'm curious if you've attended meetings at the CAPS committee and anything that you would like to see, any kind of particular initiatives you'd be championing or things you'd like to see done differently.
Yeah, so I actually watched the last meeting. I just thought the whole process, it was really interesting to see how they organized everything from the projects that I already kind of knew about and had been seeing, and I could kind of see how those were going to be developing in the future, and I thought that was interesting. And then I could also kind of see the future projects. Like I had no idea about the Orman Roche Trailhead art installation that was happening, and that was a big part of the meeting. Something that I think could be a little better is I've noticed that the kind of like reaching out to the community from CAPS, I think that could be improved a little, because I personally, before this last month or two, I had no idea that CAPS was even a thing. And so I think there could be more outreach to kind of get the community involved in this art. Especially I think now during COVID, we kind of have to figure out new ways around art. You know, we can't necessarily all be in the same space, but I think we could really work to kind of create new forms of art as a community while still maintaining that like distancing.
Okay, very good. Any other questions from board members? All right, Catherine, final question for me, and that is, do you have any potentials for conflict of interest? Like you might have a side business that might somehow benefit from your membership on CAPS?
No, all my school and my job, they're not art related. They are both in biology, zoology, animal related. I don't have anything that could benefit from this membership.
Okay, very good. Most people don't, but we just, as a technicality, we have to ask the question. So thank you for joining the meeting tonight, and we will be acting on this at a future meeting. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up, we've got ACES. We've got 3 applicants. We've got 1 vacancy, and we've got 1 applicant that was interviewed on August 13th. And then we've got 3 applicants, additional applicants that we'll be interviewing tonight. So we want to go next to Gregory Patton.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome, and thanks for your interest. And if you could just start with your brief introduction of yourself.
Yeah, thank you guys for taking the time to interview myself and the other applicants tonight. My name is Gregory Patton. I am a newer resident of Superior. I've been here about 6 months, and a newer resident of Colorado. I've been here about 1.5 years. I am a chief sustainability officer for a commercial real estate firm here in the Denver metro area. So I oversee the sustainability efforts for our internal clients and external clients, including green building certifications, Energy Star benchmarking management, and other sustainability initiatives.
Great, we appreciate your interest. Thank you. Questions from board members?
So Gregory, thanks for applying. Question for you, taking a look around Superior in the 6 months you've been here, is there any initiative or specific action that you would like to take once you join ACES or any specific action you would like to encourage us, the board, to take?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. I've watched a couple of the meetings from ACES, and I see a lot of the talk is about water efficiency, which is great because water is a limited resource that we have. I'd like to see, so I'm a big proponent of education, just educating people, homeowners, and then also maybe educating the community of what we're doing for sustainability for Superior.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Other questions?
Gregory, I'll ask, have you been able to attend meetings at ACES?
Not attend, but I have seen the virtual ones for the past couple months.
Sorry, yes, that's exactly what I mean. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'll ask the final question, and that is about conflict of interest. Any potentials for conflict of interest, like side business or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you again for your interest, and we'll be acting on this at a future meeting.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, too. All right, we'll welcome Miles Hoffman to the meeting.
All right, it looks like I can't start my video, but thank you for having me on tonight. I appreciate it. Oh, just got the notification that I can. There we are. Good to see you all.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead with your introduction.
Absolutely. Actually, like Gregory, I'm a relatively new resident here in the Rock Creek area. We just moved in March, so even newer than Gregory, and I've been here about the same time frame, about a year and a half. I'm currently the sustainability specialist for Premier Members Credit Union. We have 14 branches, and so a lot of my duties have to do with trying to create efficiencies for our resource use from water, energy, and waste, educating our employees and developing our green team. And we just published our 2019 sustainability report along with our baselines and goals and all the KPIs required. So that's what I'm doing now, and I'm looking forward to continuing in that role for quite a few years.
Great, thank you. All right, questions, board members?
Miles, I'll ask you the same question I asked Gregory. Do you need me to repeat it?
No, I got it. Actually, I was at the meeting last week and heard some of the other comments from some of the other ACES members, and there's one that really resonates with me here in Rock Creek, which is driving around and seeing the watering of the medians, watering of the lawns and things like that, midday, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, hottest parts of the day during the summer, with extremely high arcing sprinkler heads. And it just, it drives me nuts seeing the concrete watered so efficiently. The other piece that I would really like to see that it kind of surprised me it wasn't available when we moved here, which is municipal-led residential curbside composting. And it's the first time in 8 years that I have not had that option. So we tried to sign up for the the summer season buy-in and never heard back from Waste Connections. And it's frustrating. So I think those two pieces are the two biggest ones. And then the other things that I heard in the last meeting as well that struck me was that the town has put together, or at least the ACES committee has put together a pretty good list of goals and, determining, okay, what year are we going to hit those goals? Well, the next step after that is creating a plan of incentives or initiatives to actually implement. And how do you measure those? Starting with baselines and where you can go from there. So those are kind of three things that I think are on the horizon and that I hear being talked about that I know are going to be affected soon. And I hope I can contribute to that.
Thanks, appreciate it. And thanks for putting your application in.
Yeah, of course.
Great, thank you. Miles, any other questions, or I'll finish with the final question, which is about conflicts of interest. Any side businesses or anything that might benefit from membership on ACES?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your interest and your application, and we'll be acting on this at a future meeting.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Kristen Freisinger is the next and final applicant for ACES. So welcome to the meeting.
Okay, it says start my video. Let me know if you can see me.
You're live. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm back in Kentucky, East Coast time. So thank you for having me on here. And I've been a 26-year resident of Superior, raised my kids here, and I figured it was about time I got involved. And My background is in, I received a degree in environmental studies in 2013 and moved into energy efficiency in the private sector. And now I work for a nonprofit, the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. And we are, we're a nonprofit, and I'm operations director. We boast expertise in energy efficiency and clean transportation. So we've got connections with Tesla, and one of my big things that I'm very interested in is the clean transportation, and I'm thrilled to see Tesla in my backyard, getting more charging stations going and encouraging a lot more interest in the electric vehicle industry. I also do volunteer work for the Colorado Renewable Energy Society, and I sit on that board. And that's a definite nonprofit. And we just had a recent event, a webinar, of course, with a gentleman from my organization called What's Next for Colorado's electric vehicle market. So the electric vehicle market's kind of hot hot topic, but so is energy efficiency and water conservation. And I looked over the work plan and for ACES, and no, I have not attended one of the meetings yet, virtually or in person. This was a fairly new thing for me that I learned about and had interest in. I have quite a bit of interest in a couple things in the work plan. One was to liaise with other towns and find out what they're doing well and see what we can do well, and share some of our successes and failures with other folks who are already doing the same thing, the electric vehicle efforts and energy efficiency programs. And I echo what's been said about water conservation. So that's a short version.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Questions from board members?
Kirsten, thanks for applying. You, I think, probably hit on most of my question already, but did you want to add any more for any types of specific initiatives beyond working towards clean transportation and liaising with other municipalities to see what we can take from them to enhance what we're doing?
I have another degree in landscape technology, and I was doing xeriscaping when it first came out. Very passionate about xeriscaping, and also in the work plan, and I'll end on this, I know the night's waning. I'm really good with data management, and there was a sustainability scorecard that was mentioned in the work plan, and the gathering and working with the data and how that's done, and not only how it's done, but how it can be made really useful. So I'm doing a lot with data analytics right now, and that's an area where I might be able to contribute.
Thank you very much.
Very good, thanks. Any final questions from board members?
Yes, Kirsten, I would just want to ask, have you been able to attend the ACES meetings so far?
No, I have not been able to. Like I mentioned earlier, this kind of came up a little more recently, so I was not able to attend those.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. And final question is about conflict of interest. Any potentials with side business or anything that might be a conflict of interest with being part of ACES?
No, there would not be.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll be acting on a decision on this vacancy at one of our future meetings. So thank you for your interest and application. All right, our next interview will be for applicant for OSAC, and that's Kara Noose. Kara, welcome to the meeting.
Hello, this is Kara Noisy. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kara, go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully the video will come up soon too. Okay. Okay, the video doesn't seem to be working just yet, but hopefully it will catch up to us shortly.
Sure, go ahead with your introduction.
Sure. I'm Kara Noisy. I retired from the Air Force after 25 years and moved to Superior 2 years ago. But for me, Superior has been an incredible place for many years. In fact, 20 years ago, I was a very young officer with an assignment in Boulder, and I worked in Boulder, but I lived in Superior. And quite frankly, I fell in love with Superior back then because of the open space, the trails, and it felt so wrong leaving Superior. And in fact, I had 17 military moves, and along the way, over the course of 20 years, I knew I wanted to come back here. So retired here, back, and I'm just excited to contribute to my community in a capacity that I'm very passionate about. With the trails, I'm out on the trails every day. I know it's certainly much more than just the trails themselves, but a lot of the projects that are ongoing, I'm just excited about an opportunity to get involved.
Great, thank you. We appreciate your interest in your application. Questions from board members? Anyone have any questions?
I do. So Kara, thanks again for applying. Question for you. So now that the town has pulled the trigger and purchased the CenturyLink property as open space, and we'll be using our dedicated tax revenue to pay off those bonds for quite some time into the future. Do you have anything in particular that you'd like to see as an initiative that OSAC could accomplish, or any other anything else you'd like to see that we as a town can do?
Right, you know, I'm thrilled about this. This is a great initiative for town, but like so many of the other projects with OSAC, this is going to be one that is longstanding. And what I really see my role as being is a caretaker for a lot of the work that's already been put into this particular project. And so it's about respecting that as we move forward. As far as new initiatives with it, I hope we do what we've done with so many, and that's being smart as we move forward with making sure trails are accessible and they're kept, they're maintained in a manner that all of us in the community continue to enjoy. But I don't see it as now that we've achieved this, that we need to launch and start carving. And there's just so much continuity that is involved with this, and it involves just not only the town of Superior, but our neighbors and easements. And so there's a lot that we need to go in. And certainly with me not being part of all of that, I will need a little bit of time to see what's already been done.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the answer.
All right, thank you. Any final questions of other board members? Any potential for conflict of interest?
Not at all, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your interest in your application, and we'll be acting on this at a future meeting.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, next is Hollis Richardson. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, everyone. And just to clarify, I'm an applicant for the ProStack Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I'm, like a lot of the other candidates, a fairly new resident to Superior. I've been here for about 2 years. I work in the nonprofit consulting industry and fundraising, and I'm also a mom to 2 young kids. And since our move to Superior, I think the 2 things that have struck me the most is, one, the quality of life that we get out of the open spaces, and particularly having young children, that I feel like I use the entire variety of parks, recreation, and open space amenities that we have. So I'm at our playgrounds, I'm at our pools, I'm on our trails, I'm on the sidewalks, I'm on the gravel paths, and really feel like the enhancement to my quality of life of having those amenities has been remarkable for me, and then also for the quality of life for my children, that I want to ensure that future generations get to enjoy that as much as I feel like my kids are getting to enjoy it. And then secondly, I feel like Superior is actually giving me this window into civic participation that I didn't have access to before. We moved from the Washington, D.C. area, where you're very close to politics, but it's very arm's length and removed, that I was not in the halls of Congress. I work with community-based organizations. And so I'm very excited for the opportunity to learn about civic participation and do my part, and especially feel like at this moment in history that getting involved with where you live is an incredibly important way to be a citizen.
Wonderful, thank you. Questions from board members?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thanks, Neil. Just a quick question. It sounds like you're using quite a few amenities. Are there any amenities that you think the town does not have that with your kids or with your family you wish we had?
The only thing that I would like to see more of is shade structures, and actually having from watch one of the previous video recordings of a ProStack meeting, know that that has been a topic of conversation previously, and that those are not inexpensive structures to put up, but that is just from the sunscreen and slathering that on kids' perspective. But otherwise, I think the distribution of our playgrounds is excellent. I think the distribution of the pools is excellent, and I'm very happy with what we have to date.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin took one of my questions, but I have a bunch, so no big deal. So obviously ProStack is going through, and the town is going through a new master plan. Have you participated in the survey or any of the virtual events? Any feedback that you have?
Yes, I have participated in the survey. I have not seen any virtual events around the master plan updating, but I'm on every listserv that the town is putting out. So I'm a very happy respondent to any survey the town is putting out. I'm one of those people that's jumping on and participating.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Hollis. Any final questions from board members? All right. And final question for me, and that is about conflict of interest. Any potential for conflict of interest by being a member of ProStack? No.
Nope. All good.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. We'll be acting on this at a future meeting. So
thank you so much for your time.
We have one more applicant for ProStack, and that's Haley Goodstein.
Unmute, start video, and we'll see when I come up. Good evening. My name is Haley Goodstein, and maybe I get the award for being the most recent arrival to Superior. I moved here at the end of April, and I've been in Colorado since November. I moved here from El Paso, Texas, where I was for 13 years. I work for the federal government for a very obscure agency known as the International Boundary and Water Commission. I was there 13 years, and I kept my position and moved here. So we work with Colorado River and Rio Grande issues and things like that. I am an obstacle course racer and an adventure racer. So I very much enjoy the outdoors and doing things out there. I'll be honest, when I moved to the area, my kids go to school in Boulder. They're in the dual language. And so I hadn't really looked at the Superior area and just kind of ended up here by chance. And one of the things that drew me to the area was the access to the trails and things like that. But one of the things that I would want to focus on is a little bit more of a sort of comprehensive connectivity type thing, because to me, the thing that was a drawback was sort of, it seemed very separate and split up a little bit, and not a lot of connectivity that I saw in maybe some of the other communities that I was looking at. But being here and now as a resident, I also wanted to get to know the community that I chose to live in, and I figured this was a good way to reach out and find out more about the people in the community and the activities that go on here. Did my camera never?
Very good. Thank you, Haley. We appreciate the introduction and questions from board members.
And I think everybody who's applying to ProStack is going to get bothered by a question from me. So here we go. You know, trails and connectivity is a big deal for OSAC and ProStack. And it's always great to hear from people who've been out and, are trying to figure out, why is this not connected? And we have ProStack has a lengthy list and it's prioritized, but speaking from the trails that you use on a regular basis, where are you seeing some of the biggest gaps?
So hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. Sorry, I have someone at my door. I would say that I'm not sure that it's the connectivity of the trails themselves. I mean, you can get a number of places, but I felt like I almost had to use some of the roads through there. Like I was trying to get to the dog park and it was, on my bike. And so going from, like there are ways to get there, but it was like, it seemed not really a long way off, but very convoluted to do that.
No, I know exactly. I go to the dog park all the time and we're crossing weird streets. It's awkward. That's a good one.
Yeah. And then I do the CenturyLink acquisition and all that is a good thing, but it's like, okay, well, how does that fit into the larger picture? And that kind of thing.
Oh, fantastic. And that's one of the things that ProStack is working through right now is how do we get from CenturyLink to downtown? So yeah, fantastic. No other questions from me.
Oh, it's the same question that I asked before. First, I'm amazed how many new residents we have. Well, again, welcome to Superior. It's fantastic that we're drawing new residents, and it's even better that our new residents want to be involved in local government. This is a fantastic way to learn about the town, and we do a lot to try to communicate what's going on, but we could always do better. But it sounds like we're doing something right because people are finding the town and they're finding our committees, so that's great. In your exploration so far in the last 4, 5, 6 months, again, what amenities have you not found for us that you would like to see for yourself and for your family?
So I did go through and fill out the survey today. And one of the things that I thought was interesting on the survey, and my son has mentioned lately, is a dedicated area for the remote control devices. I think that would be very helpful, as well as the archery range were the two things that I thought would be a big draw, not just because they're things that my family enjoys, but also because they're not things you find that close by.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any final questions?
Yes, Haley, I'd like to ask, have you been able to attend any of the meetings of the PROSTAC committee?
I did go and watch the most recent meeting and those discussions, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. And final question is about conflict of interest. Any potential for conflict of interest by a potential member being a potential member of PROSTAC?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you for your application and interest. And again, welcome to town. And
thank you.
We'll be acting on this at a future meeting.
Great, thanks.
And we have 3 more applicants, and these are applicants that have applied to either PROSTAC or OSAC. And Marcia Van Eden is our first applicant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, and I'm on video. How about that?
Yes.
I am Marcia Van Eden, and I've been a resident since December. Lived in Colorado about 15 years, and it's good to be back to this area. I was a resident of Lafayette for a bit. My background is a little bit different. I began my career as a physical therapist, and about 7 or 8 years ago, wanted to try something different. So I went back to university at Colorado State and got a degree in conservation leadership. Did my field work in Kenya, working on elephants and crop raiding. So a little bit of a change from therapy. And after I finished my master's degree, I just also decided to continue on and get a certificate in GIS. So I have I think a different outlook towards what is happening in our parks, rec, open spaces, because I can view it from both the environmental side, a health and wellness side from the physical therapy, and my degree in conservation leadership actually focused on how people in the environment intersect with each other. And so I have an eye towards both resource protection and fulfilling community needs, like with recreation opportunities. And I just have to say it's great to be back, and I love living here.
Wonderful. Thank you for your interest in your application. And we'll go with board questions.
I'll start. And I know you've been only here since December, but invariably what I have found is that during the shutdown, the parks have been sort of overused. Thinking about a couple of the parks that you go to on a frequent basis, are you finding any equipment that's sort of starting to wear out?
I live right near Castle Park, and moving around through the Rock Creek area, certainly some of the playground sets are in need of either repair, replacement, or updating. Like if you look at the facilities at Wildflower Park, they're spectacular. And I actually just listened to the last PROSTAC meeting from August and talking about how to spend the resources that we have to update those parks. I'm very interested in making them ADA compliant. Because the accessibility of those parks, I think, is extremely important. My caveat with that is being sensitive to the ADA compliant surfaces aren't as impact friendly, like if a kid were to fall off. I'm not sure which way to go on that, but overall, it just running around here, it's great to see the different pocket parks. It's great to see how each little park is unique in its own way. And with just a little care and feeding, I think these facilities are good as they are, but could only get better and need to be just kept up.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions?
I've got a question. So Marcia, again, thanks for putting in your application. As somebody who is interested in either OSAC or ProStack, we obviously have some positions in either. If you got the opportunity to choose today, one or the other, do you have a preference, or is this something you'd want to leave entirely up to the discretion of us up here on the board?
You know, that's a great question, because I've honestly been waffling back and forth. I love OSAC and working with open space and habitat protection and working with the wildlife and the cameras. And that is certainly a passion of mine. And but on the other hand, I think if I needed to choose today at the second, I would go with ProStack. I live also near the CenturyLink property, and it's been a lifesaver for me during COVID. And it really resonated with me, and I don't remember which committee member spoke of it, of residents wanting to keep that in a more natural state and a more single track state. And it just made me think of having the opportunity to be able to shape that area and for years to come was really exciting for me.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
But that all of that said, wherever that greater need is, I am honestly happy to serve.
Appreciate that flexibility.
Yeah, so if you choose something for me, hooray.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your application, and I'll do the final question, and that is about conflict of interest. Any potential for conflict? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be acting on this at a future meeting, so thank you again for applying.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, Jennifer Koch, you're next.
Okay, I'm here just waiting for the video. Go. Hi, everybody. My name's Jennifer. What a fabulous group we have tonight. This is great. I think I might be the newest resident. I moved here in July from the Middle East, and I was there for 6 years. So I've been stalking Superior for a very long time online. And we finally were able to get out of that arena and settle down here. So we're very excited to be here, and it really was a community that fit all of the needs. We have kids from pre-K to college, all the sports you could think of, and like Hollis and Haley, we're using all the amenities that are out there, and the sustainable efforts to keep them the way they are and also keep improving them really hit home for our family values. And I really just love working in the community, so I felt like this was a great step to start to get involved here, despite COVID. So.
Well, great. We appreciate you moving here and appreciate your interest so soon. So thank you. Questions from the board?
Jennifer, have you been able to attend any of the OSAC or the ProStack meetings? And also, if you had to leave it up to us, which committee would you prefer to be on?
I have, and I attended where the consultants did the survey with the people that were attending the meeting, which was really insightful for a newbie coming in to really start to understand just what the community's been asking for and how to prioritize the all the requests from the community. I was going to, if no one asked, state that I really would, I think, put my efforts towards ProStack would be better for me. I think I could dive right in and start working there, whereas the OSAC would be a bit of a learning curve. As a previous panelist said, you put me where you need me. I want to be of service to the community and get involved. But the more I got into the master plan and started to dig into like what we're looking at in the next 5-year revision and updating things. I'm just really curious about just how the demographics has changed over the last 15 years and what the needs really are, because when I look around and what I see and what I saw in the master plan from 15 years ago, I'm like, wow, things have really changed a lot, and this town has grown. So I'm really excited to do some work there.
Jennifer, thank you for applying. I think the background for everyone tonight has been fantastic. One of the things that we talk a lot about are our parks, but the other aspect of ProStack is looking over some of the amenities. And arguably we haven't had any for a long time. And within the next year, we're going to have 1500 Colton Road, and then within a couple of years, we're going to have a civic space in downtown. How do you see the town, as you sort of said, evolve into those spaces? And in your head, how do you think downtown Superior may be different than 1500 Colton? And that's a loaded question. You've only been here a couple months, but just kind of thinking about how the town is evolving like overnight. I'm really more intrigued about hearing it from a new resident.
Well, the town seems to be like chomping at the bit to like do things. That Park and Jam thing that's coming up has been like a very, in the community, people have been talking about it. So that's, one way that the community will come together and need to use space. But I think when those spaces are available, especially I'm starting to try to have a little bit of a grasp, because I saw in the master plan that the inside use space was a requirement, and now I'm seeing it like come to fruition here with the project being finished up. So I think it could be something that the businesses are able to use in the community in terms of like community engagement with projects that are maybe bigger than what Superior can do itself. And in terms of working, I know there's a lot of effort to work with Boulder County entities and the work just with organizations like the YMCA. And it seems, for me as a new person, it seems limitless, because I feel like Superior, from my own data research, has gone from like kind of a bit of a more sleepy town to like this booming family, with all of these needs community. So I was really excited about the Chili Fest that didn't happen. And, we've been in the Middle East for so long. So like these little small town, like American things that mean so much to families. I think that the community is really going to find ways to organize to use those spaces. I don't think the need will go on that.
Perfect. I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jennifer. I'll finish up with last question, and that is about conflict of interest. Any potential for conflicts? Okay. Thank you. And we'll be acting on this at a future meeting. So thank you again for your application and interest. All right. Our final applicant this evening to interview is Tracy Bain, also an applicant for OSAC or ProStack. So welcome, Tracy Bain, to the meeting.
Well, thank you very much. At the moment, it won't let me start video. I don't know if the organizer has the ability to let me start my video. There we go.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, yeah, thanks everybody. I'm glad to be here. I actually am a 23-year resident, so I've been here for a long time. I've very much enjoyed living here, raised my children here, now grown. And I also have had a long career in technology marketing in this area, mostly for storage companies. So currently a senior director at a storage company based out of Texas. But like I said, I personally very much value the outdoors, all of the parks, the amenities that we have here. So this seemed like a really natural place for me to give back. I feel like I'm at that stage of life where it's very important that I do that. So very much looking forward to getting involved. I have attended both an OSAC and a ProStack meeting, and they're very different from my perspective. I am interested in either. I saw benefits to both. And I guess in the OSAC meeting, the wildlife, maintaining open space, truly open, with open trails, natural trails, those kinds of things are really important to me. The nature programs, that was what originally drew me, and I applied to OSAC. And then I attended I didn't attend a ProStack meeting, I actually watched a recording of a ProStack meeting. And the breadth of the issues being discussed was actually very interesting to me. So that's how I came to my conclusion. that I would be interested in doing either one. So yes, I'm very open to questions and anxious to participate and be involved in the community.
Thank you. We appreciate your interest. Questions from board members?
Yeah, I'll go first. Tracy, thanks for applying, and it's kind of exciting to see somebody else that actually worked at Storage Tech years ago. So
yes, indeed. You must have looked at LinkedIn.
Oh no, it was on the resume that we got. So
oh yeah,
appreciate
yes,
it.
right.
Yeah. So,
yes.
There's a few of us that have worked there at some point. So as you think about your history in town and how the new parks have kind of evolved, and if you had like sort of an unlimited budget and you think about some of the parks, where do you see or what parks do you see needing the biggest upgrades or facelift? We have talked about ADA compliance, and that is absolutely something that's on ProStack's radar and has been for some time. But what about some of the other playground equipment or some of the other amenities?
Yeah, and with my kids being grown, I don't spend as much time on the playground equipment as I used to. I moved here in '97. At that point, I probably could have given you a very definitive answer on that question. Today, I mean, I know that Purple Park is older and certainly is in need of some updates, and I do run through there a fair amount, so that I have seen personally. I'm also down at Autry Park a lot, and it's nice to see the pickleball courts going in. I know that's a big trend. I'm excited to see that. But also as a person who really, really values the natural trails, I know we're talking about paving a trail through there. So the connector piece of that is, I think, very nice. I don't want to lose some of that natural feel that we have down there. Right now we have a dirt trail that we can run on. So it's that balance, I think, that is what I'm really looking for, is how do we make the most of the amenities that people obviously very much value in terms of parks and equipment and pickleball courts and tennis courts and et cetera, but at the same time maintaining some natural space, habitat for the animals. That is also very important to me. So it's the balance, I think, is what I'm after.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tracy.
You're very welcome.
Tracy, I appreciate the background you gave in your interest in both committees. Similar question that we've given to the other applicants. If you had to choose one today, do you have a preference, or would you want to leave this up to the discretion of the board to decide?
Yeah, and I think, as some of the others have said, I think I really would leave it up to you where you need the help, and because I am interested in both. As I said, I think my initial interest was in the Open Space Committee because of that sort of natural tendency that I have. That said, the ProStack breadth was interesting to me. So I'm open to either.
Great, thanks, appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you again for your interest in application. And final question is about conflict of interest. Any potential for conflict of interest? Okay.
No, none.
All right, very good, thanks so much. And that will conclude our interviews for this evening. I'd just say this, I think, was the biggest batch of applicants we've had for committees and interviews in a long time. So it's great to see so many new residents and new and existing residents interested in our committee. So thanks to all for joining the meeting. You're all welcome to stick around for the remainder of our meeting if you'd like to, or you can drop off. It's your preference. I think now would be a good time to call for a recess in our meeting, just to take a little 5-minute break, and then we'll jump back into item number 5, if that sounds good to everyone. All right, thanks. We're in recess for about 5 minutes.
Sorry.
All right, everyone's back. Got your snacks and all set. Okay, let's go on now to item number 5, which is adoption of a resolution of the Town of Superior and a resolution of the Superior Urban Renewal Authority approving the financing plan for the Superior Town Center Metropolitan Districts numbers 1, 2, and 3, and declaring the proposed Series 2020 bonds to be under the 2013 cost sharing agreement. And turn it over to Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, as you mentioned, Superior Town Center Metropolitan District number 2 is proposing to issue debt Series 2020 bonds this year. Service plans for the Metro districts were approved by the board back in May of 2013. Pursuant to those service plans, any issuance of debt requires approval from the town and that it conforms with the cost sharing agreement that was also approved in and around that time. Tonight we have Bill Jenks with RC Superior is on with us, as well as Brooke Hutchinson, who's a vice president of DA Davidson, and Megan Beecher, who's with McGeady Beecher, attorney law firm that represents District 2. Hey, Bill, see you there. So Bill, who's going to present for your team tonight?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Bill Jenks, RC Superior. I think we're going to start with Brooke, and Megan Becker is on as the attorney representing the Metro District. So Brooke and Megan will take you through the general structure and numbers, and then obviously I'm here to answer any questions. And I'll pass it over to Brooke.
Great. So as you were saying, this 2020 bond transaction is implementing the plan that was put in place to finance the necessary public improvements as established under the cost sharing agreement and the development agreement. What we're planning on issuing here is approximately $35 million in bonds, but nets about $34.8 million, and is structured as a drawdown facility, meaning interest doesn't accrue on any bond until the improvements are put in place and accepted by the district. So the interest clock starts on a rolling basis as the improvements are made. These bonds are contemplated to have a 9% interest rate and a maturity in June 1 of 2060, and are sort of the capstone piece on the last piece on implementing the cost sharing agreement and the facilitating a bond issuance to facilitate that public improvement budget. And I'm happy to provide more details on structure. That's sort of the game plan that we have here and why we're here this evening.
All right, thanks, Brooke. Questions from the board?
So I just have a couple questions for the background. Thank you for that overview. So just for purposes of the public, and so everybody's familiar with the debt that's being issued in accordance with the Superior Town Center, now Downtown Superior project, under the cost sharing agreement, which was enacted back in 2013, there was a contemplated cap of $145 million of total debt that was going to be authorized, but then I believe only 75% of that was then subject to the TIF, so about 109 million, is that correct? And then to date, you guys did 17 million in 2015, 90 million in 2019, and then another 17 million, which I believe refinanced that original 17 million from 2015. So you have about 108 million issued so far, and then this 35 will bring us up to that $145 million cap. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
So we're not anticipating any further bond issuance in accordance with this development?
Any future bond transactions would simply be refundings to create savings for the districts, I should say.
Not for additional construction?
Correct, not for additional construction.
Okay. Bill, if you could just touch on briefly what this round of financing is going to be used for.
Yeah, and generally, you know, the dollars will be added to the existing. Well, so looking at our current budget, on a net basis, we've actually got about $131 million in eligible costs. To your point, some of the difference between the 145 and the 131 goes to reserve accounts and things that we can't actually spend on construction improvements. But of the 131 million in costs, we've spent about 49 million to date. And that was as of a month or two ago, so it's probably around 50 to date. That leaves a remaining budget of around 80 million that we're spending right now and will continue to spend for the next few years. That really includes all of the public infrastructure in the project that you've seen on the PD and FDPs that is not on the site today. So that includes all of the roads in planning area 2 and 3, which include, you know, all the infrastructure goes with those roads, all the stormwater, sewer, water distribution and utilities, the street trees, the street lawns, the sidewalks, all of that public right of way, as well as the improvements on public Metro District lands. It includes Central Park. It includes the public parking structure that's contemplated on Block 6 as part of the Morgan Ranch project. And it includes the main plaza and promenade through Block 7.
Okay, thank you for that. And can I ask, you know, what's the motivation for bringing this issuance forward to the board right now for our consideration? You know, obviously you've got, you know, the large, you know, $90 million bond issuance that happened just last year. It sounds like you've got, you know, sufficient money out there right now that's available for you to construct the improvements, at least a good chunk of the public improvements. What's the motivation for bringing this bond issuance to us right now? Is it an interest rate decision? Is it a, just tell us about your motivation.
Yeah, not necessarily. It's really just to finalize the public infrastructure financing for the project. Now that we have that last bond of 90 million, you know, we're ramping up quickly to spend that quickly. You know, we're starting construction on Parks 1 and 2, as well as the bridge. We're starting design on Central Park right now, and we've got a lot of roads and infrastructure going in to serve the entire project, including the Morgan Ranch project, but really also getting the infrastructure set up to serve the remaining blocks 2, 5, and 8, which are the only uncontracted, unreserved blocks right now. And we think that's going to go a long way in making those more attractive to potential office users, having a finished pad ready to come onto, and you know, making it quicker for new build to suits to go up. And so we're you know, excited to be able to finance the entirety of the public improvements for the project. Like I said, we'll be burning through that $90 million bond proceeds pretty quickly here, and we have an opportunity here for RC Superior to actually fund the dollars, which is really what this bond is. This is not a bond being sold on the third market to traditional bond investors. This is a bond being sold to RC Superior. RC Superior will fund the cash, and this really just sets up the infrastructure and the process by which RC Superior would eventually recoup those dollars through the TIF financing.
Bill, Mark, you done?
I was just going to say thanks. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the clarification.
Of course.
Bill, can you speak a little bit to the relationship with RC Superior and buying these bonds? Were the terms of these bonds established at at least some type of semblance of an arm's length transaction, and just how we came to the terms, considering that there is a relationship already with who these are being sold to?
Sure. Yeah, Brooke, actually, would you address that? Just looking at some of the comments.
I can, Bill.
Or Megan, go ahead.
Apologies for interrupting. Certainly. So actually, one of the things I was going to bring up is because this is a private placement, there is actually a separate service plan requirement that when any bonds are privately placed, like these are, the districts must obtain a certification of an independent external financial advisor. And there's a specific set of criteria in the service plan and the CSA relative to what that EFA must find. So the districts have retained, and prior to any closing, will receive a final certification relative to reasonableness. So this is an independent advisor. They may be on the phone somewhere, but North Slope Capital Advisors has been retained by the districts specifically for that purpose.
Thank you. I appreciate that that additional context. Further to the point of everything that was in the packet for the bond issuance, there is language all over indicating that this is draft and not yet in final form. Is there any anticipation that there will be material changes, or how much can we rely on the documentation that we reviewed for this evening?
We consider all the documents that were in your packet materially final. So we do not anticipate any substantive changes whatsoever. As you know, they're not final till they're final. And so we have to keep them draft form until they're authorized by the board, but we do not anticipate any material or substantive changes.
Okay. If there is a material or substantive change, will it come back to us for approval again?
Yes, I'll have Kendra nod her head, but yes, we'd have to come back.
Excellent. In the packet, there is the contemplation of another bond issuance in 2024. They reference them as 2024A and 2024B issuance. Can you speak a little bit to what exactly that is and what's contemplated?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we were speaking about before, any future transactions that would be contemplated would be refunding at a lower interest rate to reduce the overall cost of debt in the district. So 2024 happens to be the call date on the 2019 bonds that were just issued. And it is very likely at that point that the district would be in a position to refinance at a substantially lower cost of capital based on what is being built right now. So that's what those bonds are doing, is paying down the higher cost debt with lower cost debt.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mark.
Speaking of paying down higher cost debt, what kind of interest rates are we talking about on the 2019 bonds versus what we're talking about here, which is, I guess, 9%? And is 9%, I mean, that seems to me like, given what prime is right now, and it seems like it's a high rate, is that a reasonable rate to be paying on bonds that are funding public infrastructure?
So, I know we probably have our municipal EFA provider on as well, but from my perspective and transacting in this space on a day-to-day basis, first, to answer your question, the 19 bonds, the senior bonds had a rate of around 4.6%. The subordinate bonds had a rate of 8%. So, factoring in that these are going to be one level below those bonds that were issued in 2019, and factoring in the profile of what these look like, I think in my mind, the 9% could even be below where the market would put the rate on these bonds.
So the $90 million that's in the 2019A bonds, those are the ones at 4%?
Yes, the 90 million is at 4.6 and the 20 million is at 8.
Okay. And so now we're going to have 16 and 18, the 2020C and 2020D at 8% or 9%?
9%, right.
Okay. I think Mark, part of the test for that would be asking Brooke, who markets these on a regular basis, could you sell these bonds on the open market to an arm's length third party at the current interest rate? And I mean, Brooke, you answer, I think it'd be tough to sell these to a third party. So RC Superior, because we're invested in the project and want it to succeed and want to be able to fund the remaining public infrastructure in order to finish the project and sell the land, and make all these great improvements. is taking, you know, more risk than an average investor in the market probably would. I guess, Brooke, you can confirm if I'm telling the truth there.
I definitely agree with that. That 9% would be below market today. Yeah.
Who did we sell the 2019 A and B bonds to? Were they sold in the
They
market?
were, sold to the market to institutional investors. So, you know, the Nuveen, BlackRock, Goldman
Right.
Sachs of the world.
So this is going to be the first tranche of bonds that's going to be held by RC Superior.
What's the first private placement?
What was that, Kevin?
Well, the others were not private. This is the first time this is a private placement.
Right.
Correct.
Which I'm not sure that maybe I missed it in the packet. I didn't realize this was a private placement. Was that in the packet anywhere that I missed?
It's throughout the documentation. I would have to pull up to see exactly where the mention of it is.
So I'm listening carefully and playing catch up. Mark's asking all the right questions around arm's length and the interest rate. And so.
Yeah, and relative to the interest rate, if I might just to jump in, the 9% is the maximum amount that is set in the service plan and the SURA agreement as well. And it actually aligns with what the developer advances would otherwise be accruing interest at. So we are in line with that limitation. And it is also one of the pieces that the independent financial advisor will be opining on, that it is reasonable considering the type of debt we're talking about.
So just a few questions along the lines of where risk accrues and how this is going to work. And mostly this is for the benefit of our residents at home watching, and also just to make sure we're getting affirmative answers from you all to make sure we're on the same page. So with this bond issuance, is there any liability at all whatsoever that will accrue to the town directly?
There is not. These are bonds of the district. They're obligations of the district. There's no liability of the town or SORA relative to repayment.
Great. And could you walk through how the district will, how it gets its revenue to pay for these bonds and the principal and interest?
Sure, I can cover that one. First, there is no difference between where the district is getting their revenue for these bonds than for the 2019 bonds. So we have 3 different metro districts, each with different mill levies, but those are not changed by this transaction. The one slight difference here is we have no pledge of the URA revenues to the 2020 bonds. So the repayment is the same source as prior bond issuances, less
So
the URA.
no TIF proceeds are going to pay these bonds.
That's correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Right. And just to follow further in your reference to the mill levies, the amount that can be charged through a mill levy to the residents within the districts, that is already capped in agreements that have taken place prior to tonight?
Correct.
And
yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head what that mill levy is capped at?
So each different district is a little different. District 1, and I'm looking at notes here, so is at 50 mills subject to Gallagher adjustment, so closer to 55.6 today. District 2 is 35 mills that steps up to 44 in the year 2024. And District 3 is 20 mills that steps up to 29 in the same 2024. And that step-up date aligns with the year in which the Superior McCaslin Interchange District bonds are fully repaid, and that mill levy would go away. So keeping the total mill levy constant for those taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. Did I maybe I misheard or misunderstood? You mentioned an adjustment for Gallagher. Is there already a de-Gallagherize position in place for the metro districts?
Yes, that was an authorization that the district did receive in its service plan and through its voted authorization. So yes.
and I'm sorry again. I'm playing catch up on the initial authorization plan a little bit. Was this in the initial authorization plan years ago, or was this a vote or decision that was made recently?
No, this has been from day one.
Okay.
Is that only in one? There's no de-Gallagherization in 2 or 3, or it exists in all?
It would apply to any of them, yeah, that have residential. It's just that District 1 is the one that has the most residential, so it's more impactful there.
You guys will notice that Steph has long gone here from North Slope, who's the district's third-party advisor and a fiduciary to the Metro District. So if you have any questions for her or want her to touch on that interest rate again, I'm sure she's happy to.
Okay. Bill, just a quick question out of curiosity, just so I have a better understanding of who's currently representing the Metro District. So there was an election, I think it was this past May. Were there any changes based off that election to the district boards?
Yeah, Megan, why don't you cover that?
Yeah, as a result of the election, we do have 1 new resident board member. But at this point, that's the interest we received. And so that position was filled with 1 new resident. Yes.
That's great. Do you remember off the top of your head who that resident is?
Oh, I can tell you in a moment.
Okay. I think my next question is more geared towards you, Bill. So these are bonds aimed towards public improvements. And I appreciate the summary you gave to Mark already on what the funds will be used for. Speaking at a more specific level, I think there's been a bit of obviously frustration from our residents on how quickly things have been delivered, and a general expectation that we would be actively using and living within downtown Superior, whether it was utilizing a commercial district, whether it was Parks 1, Park 2, or any number of things. Obviously, with COVID and some of the prior conversations we've had, the Morgan Ranch project is not moving forward as quickly as was discussed when we approved the FDP. So that frustration, I think, continues to build a bit. Can you speak to, let me frame it differently. Another piece that I think I'm hearing frustration is I've heard Trustee Ryan for the past 3 or 4 years, and before I was elected, ask for connections from Rock Creek into downtown Superior for both pedestrians and bicycles, and that's still yet to happen. Can you speak to what we can do to actually move some of these projects forward to show some type of semblance of delivery for existing residents who are both new residents of downtown Superior and residents of Superior abroad? And I think specifically things that I'm looking at is there anything we can do to move forward a connection to downtown Superior for pedestrians and bicyclists from Rock Creek? And what can we do to move forward the playground that was part of the conditions for approval for the Toll Brothers application?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we've I'm happy to report that we've come a long way in the past 4 years since I joined the project, and we really got started in earnest on the infrastructure. If you'll remember, beginning of 2016, we didn't even have Main Street in yet. It was really it was really, I think Sports Stable opened in early 16 or middle of 16, which is when we had the initial road constructed, not even the parking and stuff. So we have gotten a lot of infrastructure in the ground in the last 4 years. With the bond that we raised in December with your input and approval, that funds, like we talked about, 70% of the remaining infrastructure, which loosened up Parks 1 and 2, Marshall Road Bridge, which both of those are in the bidding process right now. We expect to start construction on Parks 1 and 2 and Marshall Road Bridge, as well as a connection into from Marshall Road down into Main Street. Start construction by the end of this year and finish by the end of next year. So that's going to be huge progress and a great amenity for downtown Superior and the community as a whole to have that large 20-acre park done. We're starting design, like I talked about, right now on Central Park, which would be the next major park improvement to go in. That's the park that's south of sports stable and east of the existing Village Green Park. And so we'll expect to get through design on that through the end of this year, and then start construction on that by probably middle of next year, finishing sometime in 22. And that's really the majority of the park. There's probably total 30 acres of park space that doesn't exist today that will be in the next 1 to 2 years. That's really exciting from my perspective. On the connection point from Rock Creek into the project, I think everyone's seeing the scrapers and the activity that Toll Brothers is doing on the planning area 3 right now. That's moved a tremendous amount of dirt, as well as brought a lot of tractor activity to that area between Rock Creek and the project. And that's why we didn't put in any kind of a pedestrian connection and open a public trail, because we knew that was coming. We do have plans to install the bike and pedestrian connection to the, forgetting the corner right now, but to the south edge of the project, right where the Toll Brothers site meets the Remington site on Block 27. We have a great intersection there that's already complete. We'll be putting in Central Park Circle that runs through Block 27 as soon as that Remington FDP gets approved. We've had that under review for a while. I think, Matt, you can correct me, but I think we're on the agenda hopefully for a December meeting to approve that Remington project on Block 27. Basically, as soon as that gets done, we can finish that road and sidewalk, which will have a stub up through track H to the existing trail. And so that'll be the first safe and permanently open public connection from the track H trail and Rock Creek down into, or up into, I guess, the south end of the project. So we're looking forward to getting that in as soon as we can. But you asked this question, I think, a couple of months ago at one of the hearings, and I completely blanked on the process on that. And we have been waiting to put that in just because we need that FDP approved and be able to get that road in. It didn't make sense to us to put a temporary connection in across that there's a ditch down there and everything, just to take it out a couple months later in order to do the permanent improvements. So we're wanting to do that trail connection with the permanent improvements and be able to open it once and for all.
So this is where I think we need better collaboration. When you use the words, it didn't make sense to us to put in something temporary. We have different value propositions, I think, from where we see value and where we get value for our town and our residents, and where you see value for your stakeholders. And I think there was value there. If we could put some type of temporary, whether it was crush or fine or whatnot, and if we still can, I think that makes sense. Now, can you clarify? You said that the trail will go in after the approval with Remington, or once Remington is constructed?
No, after the approval. It'll go in with our infrastructure for the site, which we have to do before they will close and start building homes. So it'll be the first thing in the ground along with that road once that FDP is approved. So
we're talking spring of 2021, assuming approval in December?
Yep.
All right. Bill, I'm going to hold you to this because I've been hearing this for a while. Spring of 2021, we are getting a connection from Rock Creek into downtown Superior. Yes?
Pending approval of the Block 27 FDP, yes.
All right. I've got it written down. Bill, can you speak to moving forward the timeline on the playground that's going to be in Tract H that was part of the toll conversation?
Yeah, I did a little bit of research on this since we last spoke. So that became Toll's obligation via our sale contract with them. So they're bound, Toll's bound by the entitlements, which I think had a requirement to build that park during their phase 2. And that I think was the extent of the requirement as far as timing goes. But I'm happy to facilitate a conversation with Toll Brothers. But I really, aside from being able to connect the parties, don't have much of a decision-making authority on that anymore, since it's not an RC Superior obligation.
All right, so Bill, I am going to look for you to do that then. Act as the intermediary between us and them, so our town staff can have that conversation. I'll bring forward the words value proposition. I appreciate that we've had so much infrastructure put into place, and that's great for your project, and that's great for downtown Superior. but none of our residents want to just go drive around downtown Superior. That doesn't bring much value to them. It's the actual usage and actually enjoyment of the area that we're looking for. So my hope is that you can not only act as a facilitator, but act also as somebody who sees the value for your own project in adding that as soon as possible and can help us push that along. And I'm hoping that we can get this a park put in next year in that area. So that's the expectation I'd like to set.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, the new board of directors member is a gentleman named Anthony Harrigan, who's a resident of the district.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I will quickly say, Anthony's been it's been great to have a resident on the board to bring, some sort of, real boots on the ground experience and start connecting the metro districts to the residents. We've been also trying to do, this is a little bit off topic, but the district manager has been good about setting up some new communication, both an email blast and getting more involved in the residents' events and just communication, so that there's hopefully more transparency and faster response times to resident concerns and issues. So that's been great to have Anthony on the board, and we look forward to more of that.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Anything further from the board?
If I might jump in, I'm obviously not a board member, but before we get to anything, I wanted to mention, and Kendra, I apologize, I tried to send you an email and I know you're doing this right now, but I did find, I think, just an administrative error in the resolutions that are in the packet. In the 6th whereas of each of the resolutions, there's reference to approval of the 2019 bonds versus the 2020 bonds. So I'm hoping that via the motion, we can just correct those references so that they refer to the 2020 versus the 2019.
Yep, that's fine.
I apologize, I didn't catch that sooner.
Okay, do we have anything further, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R60, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the financing plan for the STC Metropolitan Districts number 1, 2, and 3, subject to the administrative corrections made by Town Council.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis.
Second.
Second by Trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Clint, we didn't open. I don't think there's going to be public comment on this, but we didn't.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Good point.
Let's.
I'll withdraw my motion.
All right. Thank you, Mark. All right. Anyone in the public like to make any comments on this agenda item before we act on it? All right. Seeing none, go back to Mark for a motion.
Okay, I'll make the same motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R60, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the financing plan for the SDC Metropolitan Districts numbers 1, 2, and 3, subject to Town Council's administrative corrections.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis.
Second.
Second by Trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, and I appreciate everyone being on the call. And
We have another resolution.
Got one more.
Clint.
To do.
okay.
I'll make a motion to approve Superior Urban Renewal Authority Resolution SURA-2, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Superior Urban Renewal Authority approving the financing plan for the SDC Metropolitan Districts number 1, 2, and 3, and declaring the proposed Series 2020 bonds to be bonds under the 2013 cost sharing agreement, subject to any administrative corrections made by Town Council.
Second.
All right. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Motion passes unanimously. Anything further on this agenda item? All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
And we'll go on now to item number 6, which is adoption of an ordinance amending section 8-1-60 of the Superior Municipal Code, restricting continuous parking on public streets in residential zone districts. And turn it to Matt.
Matt, you're muted.
Thank you. This is an item that the board had discussed at a previous or earlier work session retreat with regard to complaints that staff has received, and I think the board's received from some residents about vehicles parked for long periods of time on the public rights of way, residential streets within neighborhoods. And as long as the vehicle is operable and permitted and licensed, they're currently allowed to remain on the street for as long as the resident would like them to stay there. We did a survey of residents asking the question if they were in favor or against a proposed ordinance to restrict that time frame that a vehicle can be parked on the streets. That information was included in your packet. The majority of respondents that did participate in the survey indicated that they were in favor of some sort of time restriction on vehicles parked on rights of way. Kendra has prepared the ordinance that's before you that would implement a 14-day parking restriction for vehicles on public rights of way. We currently have restrictions for trailers and RVs, but we don't have anything currently in the code for vehicles. So staff's recommendation is to approve the ordinance as it's been presented to you. But earlier the board had discussed about tabling this ordinance. So we're available for any questions you might have on it or any direction you'd like to provide us with regard to this proposed ordinance.
Just real quick, this can be adopted at any time. So there's no time frame or no reason it has to happen tonight. There's no public hearing required or anything. So it's up to the board as to whether to delay this slightly.
Okay, thanks, Kendra, and thanks, Matt, for that introduction.
I have a couple questions about just how the town intends to enforce this ordinance if we were to adopt it. One of the things that came up over the course of the weekend, and this is really a question for Kendra more than anything else, there was some Facebook posts and really some great community engagement about this topic. Seemed like there's a split in the community from the comments that we received on that Facebook post, and then also from the survey that was actually going out to the community that the town sent out. One of the things that came up, Kendra, was on the question of enforcement, and one resident pointed to a 2019 federal court decision that ruled that chalking tires was unconstitutional. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
So how exactly would the town go about enforcing this? Would this be photo enforcement only, or?
I'll leave the specifics to Matt, but that's the only way we could do it. We may not touch a car with anything. So we may not touch it with chalk or any other substance, but we can take photos.
So yeah, the plan would be code enforcement would be responsible for enforcement of any regulation and daily visits with photographs.
And would you? So one of the other questions that came up was, so say you have a situation with somebody who is, commuting and they just park in the same spot every single day. So it looks, if you're visiting at the same time, it looks as though they're not moving, but they actually are moving. They just happen to get lucky and they can continue to park in the same spot. How can we prevent code enforcement from unnecessarily deeming that person continuously parked?
Well, we work with our staff on code enforcement and have them, they would go out at different times of the day, different days of the week to document those, just so we don't fall into that example that you just provided.
And would this be continuously enforced, or would this be kind of strictly based on resident complaints. Like if you have a resident who's complaining about a parked car in front of their house, that's when code enforcement would go out, or is this something that would just be enforced just like every other ordinance on the books?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it would be complaint-based responses, just because we have, a single code enforcement officer and quite a few residences in town. So for the large part, it would be complaint-based.
So Matt, along the same lines of questioning, do we have, am I remembering correctly that we have increased our code enforcement officer up to full-time? Full-time. All right, do we already have enough work for that person to be doing a full day's job based off his current code enforcement responsibilities?
Yes, we do. We have more than enough work. Yeah.
And that's a good comment, and that's helpful. So my concern here is that we end up getting in between neighbor squabbles. That you haven't moved your car. It's not necessarily something that has been abandoned, but you have somebody who's parked on the street for a certain amount of time. Matt, are you foreseeing that if we were to adopt this, would we need to bring on another code enforcement officer, or at least part of an FTE, or would we just be reducing the current time spent on other code enforcement duties and responsibilities?
There's no plan right now. There's no recommendation to add additional staff. So it would just be a management of time of the current staff person and issues that they need to inspect and enforce.
Do you have any estimate so far as to, I mean, maybe this is based off number of complaints you've received or anything like that. Any estimate for how much time would be dedicated to code enforcement for this particular topic if we were to adopt this ordinance?
That might be, Martin, do you have an estimate of what that might look like?
Hello, all. Thanks, Matt. The town typically receives maybe 6 to a dozen, maybe every month or so, a complaint regarding parked vehicles. So it's not going to be a significant staff impact in terms of time, and we'd be able to adjust our schedule, as Matt mentioned. But at the current moment, based on over the last couple of years' experience with complaints like this, like you mentioned, Trustee Lish, occasionally there are some neighbor squabbles that we sometimes are put in a position to respond to, but we work to make sure that the town staff stays out of those, and we just enforce the ordinances that we have.
Okay. And then Kendra, I have one question for you. So I'm going to read directly from the ordinance for a second. So it's towards the bottom of our memo. Let's see. So it's residential districts. No motor vehicle shall be parked or stored continuously on any public street, alley, or right-of-way in any residential district for a period of greater than 14 consecutive days. Now here's where I really want your input. A new 14 consecutive day period is never initiated without an intervening minimum 7 consecutive day period from the conclusion of the previous 14 consecutive day period, during which time the motor vehicle must be removed from and remain off the public street, alley, or right-of-way. What is that 7-day part that's in there trying to convey?
That you need to move the car for 7 days in order not to have a consecutive number of days.
So if a person were to have their car on the street for 14 days and then they move it, they have to have it off that particular, off all streets in front of their house, or just where it was previously parked?
I assume it would be where it was previously parked, but I mean, there are a lot of enforcement issues with this ordinance, I'll be honest with you. I mean, can we prove it's parked in the same spot? No. So technically it would be on any public street.
Okay. So
but again, if it's complaint based, then it's going to be in the same area, right? So if the person complains, then we're going to go see how long it's parked there. And then if it's in the same area, I think that's really what we'll focus on. I'll defer to Matt on that, but that would be my guess. We would be focusing on parking. If we have a complaint from a neighbor in a particular cul-de-sac, for example, we're going to focus on that cul-de-sac. We're not going to go catch it in another part of town, but I could be wrong.
Okay. So my comments to my colleagues on the board, I'm not normally in favor of passing ordinances that we don't really have an intention or necessarily strong ability to enforce. But B, if we were to approve this as written, it could be a very large change in enforcing a change in behavior of current residents. And even though we did a survey to get resident feedback, I personally don't feel comfortable that if we were to pass this and we actually started getting in the middle of different issues in neighborhoods and whatnot, that this is the right path for us. If we do believe that this is something we should take up, I'd rather see us address this problem in the most minimal way possible. I think right now it's written fairly broadly. If we do table this and bring it back to us in the future, my preference would be to write this in as narrowly scoped a manner as possible. My understanding is that the biggest issue we've had so far is we had a car that basically got abandoned in front of the house, and there was no way for us to remediate that issue. This ordinance goes far beyond that. So in my preference, I'd like to see something that is more of a scalpel than a machete in trying to address this issue.
Can you clarify like what kind of specificity you're looking for? Like how would you do this more narrowly?
So
because I'm not following.
So I'll leave it to Kendra because I don't know exactly what parameters we can write this in. If somebody's parked in front of their house for more than 14 days, I'm completely fine with that. That doesn't bother me in any way. This 7-day in between 14 days, I'm not a big fan of that. I think we had a single problem that needed to be addressed, and that was how do we deal with a car that was abandoned in a neighborhood that the owner didn't live in. And while yes, this would give us that, it just is much more broad. So from my perspective, I'd like to see us approach this as that is the problem, and let's write this ordinance as narrowly as possible to solve that problem, rather than writing it to basically say everybody in Superior needs to move their cars every 14 days.
So where I disagree with that is I don't think that's the only problem. I know I personally have experienced this problem, and we had dozens of residents who wrote in as well, that it's not just a problem with a car being abandoned for 6 months. It's a problem when you can't park in front of your own house because a neighbor has left their car there for 6 months, whether it's abandoned or not. So I think there's a lot of different permutations to this. I don't want to say we're only going to address one tiny piece of it when we've heard the feedback loud and clear that this is a lot of different problems kind of lumped into one.
So, and you're right, we heard that. My concern is I don't want us to get into a nanny position isn't the right word, but we're going to end up trying to solve a lot of people's problems that they should be solving with their neighbors. A knock on the door with your neighbor and a friendly conversation over coffee or a beer solves a lot of these problems rather than coming to the town.
Whose car it is. Like that was the situation I had. I had a car parked in front of my house for 6 months, and I had no idea whose car it was.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if we write something much more narrowly scoped, then we can still solve that problem. I don't disagree with you. I think we can solve, if somebody parks in front of your house for 6 months and the car never moves, I think that's almost the same problem that I referenced that we're trying to fix. I think we can still write this more narrowly to address that.
And just to throw it out there, we can certainly try to rewrite it. I will just say that these ordinances are kind of fraught with problems. So we really tried to do the best we can and modeled it off some other ordinances. We have enforcement issues. We have the issue that in order to figure out whose car it is, we can't go door to door. We can't say you can only park in front of your own house. We can't, we run into a ton of issues. So I'm saying we really tried hard to draft it as narrowly as we could. I'll continue trying, but I haven't seen one that's more narrow than this. So, you know, I'm not saying we won't try more. I'm just saying it's not easy. It seems like something easy that you're asking for. It's just not easy to write it well and to have it legal.
I mean, but one of the things that we're trying to do here is we are trying to give the town a tool to tow a vehicle when we can't currently, right? So right now, if we had a situation where somebody abandons a car for 6 months, it has current tags on it, it's going to sit there for the full 6 months.
Until the tags expire, yeah.
Until the tags expire. And now we have the ability to, if a resident complains, we could take pictures of it and put a ticket on that car that says if it's not moved within the next 48 hours or whatever it says, we're going to tow it. And then the problem is solved from the resident's perspective. And, you know, if you look at the community feedback that we got from the survey, it was 55%, I believe, in favor of this ordinance, something like 38% opposed, and then 7% unsure. So, I mean, there's a split. I'd say there is a pretty solid majority in favor, but there still is a split. And that seemed to be reflected, at least anecdotally, in the Facebook comments that we saw this past weekend. I guess my preference right now is, you know, if we were talking about this 6 months ago, I think this probably would be a no-brainer and we would all just get behind it and solve the problem, because right now we have an inability to solve resident problems. And that's one of the most frustrating things from my perspective of being an elected official. I hate telling a resident that we can't help them with the problem that they're suffering from, right? And this would help solve that problem, right? It would give another tool in our toolkit that I don't think that this is necessarily going to change behavior. It's just going to solve specific, you know, targeted problems as they arise from time to time. But given that everybody's working from home right now and schooling from home and, you know, COVID has changed things, I just don't know if this is the right time for us to be imposing another, you know, restriction on the public. So my personal preference is I think that this has been a good conversation. Let's talk about it once people are back in the office and moving their cars a little more often. Let's say 6 months from now, and, you know, see if we continue to hear from residents that this is a growing concern. Because I think that it might be a little tone deaf for us if we adopt this right now, impose it upon the community, when people who ordinarily would be, you know, commuting to Denver or Boulder and driving their car every day, all of a sudden are finding themselves not driving their car for 2 weeks at a time.
And Mark, I think you have a good point there, because let's also remember that a lot of people have their college age kids home because their schools aren't going. Martin, something you said I'm particularly interested in. You said we're getting 6 to 12 complaints per month. That to me sounds like a lot. I also thought this was sort of
I'm sorry, Trustee Ryan, let me jump in. I didn't say per month. I said per year. We only get maybe 1 or 2 a month.
Okay.
My mistake if I misstated.
I wrote 6 to 12. I'm sure it's which I wrote 6 to 12 in per. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty, given it's 6 to 12 per year, Ken, I appreciate what you said around trying to add a little bit more prescriptive detail. I'd almost go the other way. To Kendra's point, if it's very challenging to enforce, we're just trying to give, something from the code that Reggie can wave in front of somebody to say, listen, you can't park your vehicle here. It's against the code. And if that works 30% of the time, that's great. We're getting a couple cars off the road per year. 70% of the time, it's not going to work and we can't figure out how to enforce it. But it worked 30% of the time because we got to wave the code in front of somebody. But I agree with you, Mark. It's a healthy dialogue. It is a bit tone deaf to be telling people that they're supposed to be quarantined at home, but move your car. So let's revisit in 6 months and hopefully we're on the other side of this thing, would be my view.
So while I completely agree with revisiting this in 6 months, kind of as we talked about at the beginning when we first did the agenda, I would like us to consider an alternate proposal that I've seen work in numerous towns and is quite easy to enforce, which is simply requiring alternate side parking. On the odd days of the month, you park on the odd side of the street. On the even days of the month, you park on the even side of the street. You can tell at a glance who is compliant and who is not. It does require you, if you park a car on the street versus in a driveway or a garage, it does require you to move that car. I can tell you that growing up, that was the street that my family lived on. We had 2 cars, we had no garage or driveway, and yes, that meant every day we had to make sure to move the car to the opposite side of the street. It's not that difficult. It takes a couple minutes, and from an enforcement perspective, it's extremely easy to do.
Interesting idea, but if you're out of town, it's not easy to do. So
if you're out of town, then you don't park on the public street.
I think we'd get a lot more pushback on that than we did from this. And, you know, I agree with the comments that have been made. This is probably not the right time for this given the circumstances. But to me, this is about a tool to deal with those one-off random cars that shows up and nobody knows whose it is and where it came from. It was never intended to try to prevent people from parking in front of their own house on a continued basis. So that's not what the intent of this was. This was just a tool to deal with random cars that tend to show up and maybe not even from the neighborhood. So, but I'm hearing the willingness to just punt this for a couple of months. So I'm fine with that.
Just a quick question, and I agree with the conversation. I think this is the right tool. I think it's fine the way that it's written, just implementation sometime in 2021. That's my only thing. But, you know, Martin, I think I had also written, 6 to 12 per month. So it's 6 to 12 per year. That's fine. The question ultimately is, how is Reggie and how is staff dealing with these right now?
According to what the ordinance includes now, which is if the vehicle is appears operable and is licensed and registered, it is not parked illegally.
So we just leave it, and I mean, granted, there's like one of these per month. So, and I think there was one of these cars was on our street for a while, and then it just magically disappeared because it belonged to somebody that lived in Broomfield, and they'd forgotten they parked it here. But I think ultimately, I think it was a drunk driver. And I think the kid left it here and his dad didn't want him to tell him where it was because they contacted him. But I mean, I want to make sure that staff has a tool available in the interim. So, I mean, there's really nothing we can do.
Well, I mean, there's certainly ways to contact the owner of the car and attempt to get the car moved. I mean, by the plate, you can tell who owns the car. So It's just a matter of enforcing a law versus giving someone a call and trying to figure out who owns the car. I think that's...
So in that case, like it's sort of a not it. I don't know whose car that is. We do look through the plates and contact the owner.
Well, we could. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that
I'm sorry.
Law enforcement could.
So yeah, just exactly like Kendra's describing. Yes, when there are some instances, I think the vehicle that you're referring to, Trustee Shaw, was an occasion in which the sheriff's office helped us find who the owner was, and we're able to help just put the information together with a parent or somebody else in the family who might not know where the vehicle was.
Okay.
And so occasionally that's probably the most common occurrence is that somebody's just, for whatever reason, is disconnected from a family member, or somehow a car ends up here. And sometimes it is, probably more often than not, it's just finding out who it belongs to.
Okay. So I
mean, the sheriff's staff is great about helping us with that.
Yeah, we always have that option. So we just can't write them a ticket for it, but we can certainly get it, try to get the family to move it, whoever it may be.
Because, I mean, if we're able to kind of muddle through and manage it right now, I'm a little hesitant to throw the ordinance down, 6 months from now even. But I'm not going to have that discussion now because I think we're agreeing to let this go for now, and maybe we'll revisit it. But when we do revisit it, I do want to understand, sort of, because we keep records of this stuff. I'd like to hear, of the 25 cars that this, or vehicles that we were contacted about in the last 2 years, here's how we dealt with them. And if one of them is still sitting out there, I'd like to go see it. Thanks.
So one alternative, to Laura's suggestion about alternate side of the street parking, Denver and a lot of the residential neighborhoods, for purposes of street sweeping, they'll have, on Tuesdays you can't park on this side of the street, and then on Wednesdays during the summer months, things like that. So that may be something that we want to explore for a different purpose altogether, not necessarily to force people to move their cars, but to make sure that the streets are clear so the street sweepers can go in and actually clean properly.
So having lived on one of those streets in Boston, it's a nightmare when it snows because you still got to move your car because they're still going to plow. And if you don't, your car suddenly gets towed. So, I mean, I'm sympathetic to the concept, but the point of living in the suburbs was to escape that, like, you know, having to get up at 4 a.m. on Tuesday to go move my damn car. So I like the concept, but
yeah, I think that's why Denver does it during the spring, summer, and fall months. They don't do it during the winter.
Yeah, Boston was year round.
Well, and
But
further,
yeah,
we spent
is that part of living in the suburbs is that we all have garages and driveways where we can park our cars.
And
So
that's
if you want,
that is a really good point. No, I think Laura, you're spot on. I mean, I think we have trash bins that take up about a quarter of the parking space, you know, which is its own problem. But then we also have folks using the public right of way for storage, you know, and I think that is a fundamental problem. I don't know that an alternating traffic or parking is the best way to solve it, but I do think we do need to find a way to encourage people to actually use, you know, their real estate.
So
completely.
While I appreciate the additional ideas, if this comes back to us in 6 months and we end up contemplating one of these additional ideas, I'm not going to be interested in moving forward with it until we get community feedback. And we've already sent out a survey. So unless we're going to do another survey that sees if whether or not our entire community is willing to completely change their daily habits, it's not something I'll even be willing to consider at that point. So just for staff purposes, if this is something that does come forward and we're going to have that on our menu of options, then we're going to need another survey to even be able to have this discussion.
Can I just do, and I know we're trying to move on here, but I think you and I are seeing this completely differently. I see this as an ordinance to give the tool to Reggie on a extreme exception basis.
I was only referring to what Laura's proposing. And
oh, okay. Yes, you're suggesting. Oh, okay, to Laura's proposal. Yeah, Laura, I agree. I mean, Ken, I'm with you. I think it's a good creative idea. I think Clint sort of made the comment that the community would they would be unhappy. I'll be gentle, and so I would also be less supportive of the alternate side. I think this is. I think we have if we have 6 to 12 bad actors per year, and if we could give Reggie a tool to try to get those vehicles off our streets, and it's a nuisance type thing, or potentially it's a dangerous thing because if it's a car, that's a danger, you know. But for the most part, it's probably a nuisance and aesthetics. I think we should focus on that solution. But again, Mark made a great point. It's tone deaf to be talking about this now because the community won't hear the fact we're trying to make an exception for the 6 or 12 bad actors. The community will hear we're trying to change your behavior. You're putting, you know, if I go stay with family for 3 weeks, my car's going to get towed. And that's going to be a distraction to this board that I think would not reflect well on any of us right now, given the pandemic.
Okay, anyone have anything else?
So we had originally said, let's go forward with this item to allow for public comment. Did we want to open it up for public comment?
Thank you for that reminder. I keep forgetting that tonight for some reason. All right, anyone in the public like to make comment on this? Teresa Clark.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment regarding the parking within our area. So the Waterford Estates subdivision is smaller, as you know, and due to the parking that we have on one of our cul-de-sacs, the on-street side parking on one of our cul-de-sacs, when the snowplows come through, frequently one of our residents who happens to be at the end of that cul-de-sac, not mine, but somebody else's, can't get out of their driveway because the plows come by and they're avoiding all of the on-street cars. So the snow gets kind of lumped into their driveway and we have to call the plowing company to say, you got to shovel out this resident. There are also some regulations about how laws that are enforceable by our sheriff that state how you can park cars in cul-de-sacs. It is illegal to park a car in a cul-de-sac nose in. It has to be side to side. And when I look at this in comparison to some of the rules, say within the city of Boulder, where if there's a car left on the street for 72 hours, you can call the city of Boulder and that car gets towed. In my community, we have two houses, one who parks their car on the street because they have a deep freezer in their driveway. Another one because they have a 4x4 or a side-by-side vehicle that goes off-road in their driveway. So I think that now of all times, because we're all a little stressed about COVID-19, is the best time to remind residents that we need to keep our streets clear of unnecessary vehicles. It's not fair for us because a lot of people move to Superior because of its tidiness in the community. They like the green manicured area. They like the way that, the buffered sidewalks and all of that. And I just think that to allow cars to be parked on the streets for an unnecessary amount of time, certainly construction trailers, boat trailers, and RVs, that doesn't help our community. It doesn't help our community during times of COVID-19, and it doesn't help our community in times of perfectly good health. So I think kicking this can down the road is a bad idea. I think we should decide something, and it should be more on the side of, you don't park on the street for more than 72 hours. Because if you're here for more than 72 hours, that means you should, in effect, be parking in one of your 2 or 3 car garages or in one of the other 2 spaces in your driveway. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments. Any additional public comment on this item?
Just one comment in response. Terry, appreciate the comments. The board did approve a ordinance in 2018 restricting parking of trailers, RVs, and semi-trailers. So you reference a few of those on rights of ways in residentially zoned neighborhoods to 48 hours. So if you are seeing those occurring, we have that tool already in the toolbox. But no other comments.
Yeah, last point I just wanted to raise here is, we need to be careful when we're going to be enacting something like this and make sure that it's actually consistent for the entire community. And one of the things that was brought up in the discussion over the weekend was, renters are not necessarily similarly situated to homeowners. People that live in Sagamore, people that live in the Summit, do not necessarily have the same spacious garages. We heard some residents talk about Sagamore, those houses and the garages that were built there actually can't fit a typical SUV in those garages. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we heard. So I think we just need to make sure that whatever we're doing is, inclusive of people from all walks of life, renters, homeowners, people that live in, townhome communities, shared walled communities. I'd really love to hear Sandy Hammerly's perspective on this, given that she lives in the Summit. So her voice on this issue is missed. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Anything else? Otherwise, I think the direction is to table this item.
So,
go ahead, Laura.
So I think just one additional point that's come up. I think, as Terry mentioned, there is also an issue with people in cul-de-sacs parking perpendicular, facing the cul-de-sac. And furthermore, what I've seen quite a lot in cul-de-sacs is people whose cars are parked in the driveway but overhanging the sidewalk quite a bit so people can't get through. And while I'm not suggesting we enact another ordinance for that, and we already have one in place saying you can't block the driveways, I would like to say that I think we could step up our enforcement of those things. Right now is a time when many more people than usual are using those sidewalks. And I think frequently we have people in cul-de-sacs who are forgetting that the sidewalk is for everyone, and it's not just for them.
Okay, thanks. Good point. All right, anything else? Or we'll go on now to our next agenda item, which is item number 7, adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 16 of the Superior Municipal Code to add inclusionary housing requirements for all new residential development projects.
Thanks, Mayor. So there's been recent discussion by the board about the need for a mixture of housing in town, including attainable housing. In addition to that, the Boulder County Regional Housing Partnership has established a goal of 12% countywide for affordable housing by 2035. Kendra, the town attorney, has drafted this ordinance, which would require new residential developments in town to have a 10%, that have 10 or more units, to have 10% of their units to be affordable based on an 80% AMI. I listed this as action for approval, but after talking to Kendra earlier last week, it's not ready for action tonight. She has a number of questions for the board, so I apologize for presenting it as action. Kendra will go through her questions for you with regard to the ordinance, and then we'll bring it back to you at either the next meeting or the meeting in October for consideration for approval. So with that, I think I'll turn over to Kendra. You can ask your questions, and then we'll just go from there.
Sure. So yeah, so this is a draft, and so I don't know if some of you have already gone through and already have questions. I guess, you know, there are lots of questions that I have. First of all, you know, where would the board like this to apply? How many units do you want this to apply to? And then what the AMI is. I mean, we picked 80 AMI based on Boulder County statistics. That can really be anything. We can also have it not be based on AMI. We can have it be based on number of hours worked in the town, in the county, in the area. There are a lot of factors that come into play here. And then as far as the fee in lieu, do we always want to allow that? Do we want to allow that in certain circumstances? Because that would allow certain, probably larger developers to pay. I know that at least one of my clients refuses to do a fee in lieu because, as they say, they don't want to be responsible for building housing. Because if you take a fee in lieu of providing housing, that means you're building housing, and that's a whole separate discussion. So this was really a sort of a template to kind of go through and mark up, I guess. And we can go, I don't know the best way. Do you want to just go through it, or does everyone have specific questions or thoughts on at least the bigger picture items that I've touched on?
I had a couple questions based on the way it was structured. You know, generally speaking, I had a question of, do we need to do the fee in lieu? First, you know, that was the first question, but it sounds as though we do not.
No.
Okay. And then with respect to the way the fractional number of units were going to work, the way it was currently structured, if we had, if it was only available for less than 10 unit development, so if you had, say, like 85 units, they could deliver 8 units to meet the 10% and then pay the fee for the fractional, you know, 0.5%. Is that kind of what the intent is?
That is, yes.
Okay.
But again, once we take the money, that means we are obligated to do something with that money. So like I said, at least one of my clients refuses to take that money and just says, no, you build it. And then there's a whole other program, which is you can actually have a bank of, you know, where they can contribute to a bank, or they can provide housing in another part of town or even outside town, as long as it's within a specific distance of town. So there's so many options. So I guess that's, like you said, I mean, we can pick some numbers, but really I think we kind of need to understand what the goals are. Are we looking for more workforce? Are we looking for more AMI? Are we looking to put this in particular, like to group these in areas? I know the City of Boulder's policy is not to group them, is to put them in the middle of residential neighborhoods, and therefore to buy existing deed restrictions. And that would allow developers who don't want to build new units to buy houses in existing neighborhoods and deed restrict them as an alternative to building new ones. So those are the kinds of issues that we probably need to have more discussion about, is what you're looking for exactly.
So one additional just kind of follow-up question based on the way it's currently contemplated. So this is to apply to new housing projects, right? So new
Correct.
developments. So I presume that what that means is if you have an FDP that's been approved, we can't retroactively say, hey, you need to make 10% of those affordable.
That's correct.
Now, what about a situation where you have a planned development, but you have blocks in that planned development, hypothetically speaking, of course, that do not necessarily have FDPs on the entirety of the project? Can we make it apply to those prospective FDPs, notwithstanding the existing PD?
Well, that would depend on what the vested rights are in the development agreement, like more than likely. If we're in the middle of a vested rights period, I think it would be very difficult to do that without voluntary buy-in from the developer.
Okay.
So to follow on to Mark's question, what if there is redevelopment within that PD? Let's say it's in a older development and they are redeveloping to add residential. And if we were to pass this now and they come forward to us with a new FTP, that would be
fine, because they'd have to come in for some sort of, I would imagine, some sort of a PD amendment to allow for that redevelopment. So yes, any PD amendment, I think that would be fine, because that once you try to amend an existing PD with vested rights, those vested rights don't carry forward. So.
okay. Another question about the treatment of fractional units, if we get to that point in the calculation. Is it allowable to, instead of messing with fee and lieu or any other option, to just state that we round up to the next highest unit?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I say sure, you're going to get probably some pushback, but yes, it's legal to do that. Yes.
Okay. And then the 80%, can you speak a little bit further to that? That just simply came from Boulder, or is that more of an industry standard across multiple jurisdictions, or?
Yes, I believe that came from Boulder. Matt, is that the goal? Is that Boulder's specific goal to get to the, okay, yeah. So that's where the 80% comes from Boulder County.
Yeah, and I think Stephen Williams, our planning manager, is on as well. So Stephen, feel free to chime in on the issue, any of these issues as well.
I mean, I have some that are at 100. I have some that are 120. It depends on the market and where you're living and who you're trying to attract. Local workforce. Some I have no AMI at all. It's just local workforce. They have to work a minimum of 30 hours a week within a certain distance.
Does Boulder County's guidance, for what their kind of county goals are, do they provide any guidance on whether it should be workforce housing or AMI?
I think they prefer AMI because it reaches a broader number of people. It also, there's some federal funding and state funding eligibility. So some developers want to do AMI. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think the workforce criteria, I think, makes sense if we're, say, like in a resort town, and we're trying to make sure we can provide housing to people who work here. And while that's definitely important here in Superior, I don't think we are we're not that type of community. We don't have a large ski resort or anything that we're trying to make house all of our employees. So I think, to me, AMI still seems to be the metric that makes the most sense. As far as the 10% requirement for them to provide affordable housing, in my mind, I think it makes sense since we are signed on to the Boulder County Regional Housing Partnership, that we at least match their goal of 12%. So I'd like to see us move that up. I personally, I'd be fine moving it between 12 and 15, but I also would like to hear any type of comments or feedback on unintended consequences if we push that number too high as a percentage.
Well-
what happens in my experience is if we push that number too high, it increases the price of the other homes in the development. So, you know what I mean? So that just raises, it creates a large discrepancy between the affordable units and the non-affordable units. That's what I've seen happen if you push that too much. But that's what I've seen.
When the board was considering the Zaharias application, the developer, they were planning on bringing 182 units, and they offered originally 5%, and then they agreed to go up to 10%, I believe, but that they were not willing to go above 10%. Is that right?
I think that's correct. 10% to me is the typical number. I know that Boulder's goal is 12, but 10 is a more typical number of what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Ken. I think that if this has been a problem that's been long overdue, and Superior hasn't done anything to actually address it. So I think that if we could push this higher, I'd be in support of that. Certainly to be consistent with, at a minimum, Boulder County's goal of 12%.
So I'll be the dissenting voice, I think, on all of this. I'm definitely a strong proponent of the free market economy, and it doesn't sit well with me that we'll potentially require an arbitrary amount of what are potentially luxury homes to be designated as affordable housing. In general, I'm not a fan of designating the affordable housing within a development, especially when we're coupling it with the requirement that they be exactly the same as all the other units in the development. I'm really concerned we have a lot of design guidelines and restrictions already on housing development. So if we keep adding more restrictions on developers, we're going to make it difficult for them to build at all, which is then further limiting housing supply and exacerbating kind of the fact that supply is so low and demand is so high. So directionally, I know Kendra, you asked at the beginning about, what do we think of this big picture wise? I would really much prefer that what some of our neighboring towns have done, and instead find ways to incentivize developers to create affordable housing communities. So I'm thinking of like Willoughby Corner in Lafayette. I'd rather see us maybe do something like what Lafayette did in 2016. They passed an ordinance. They said we're going to collect $1 per square foot on all development to help fund permanently affordable housing. And then they were able to kind of create these communities. Now I recognize from this conversation and others that I know I'm in the minority on the board on this. So if we are to go forward with the direction of this current proposal, I would at least like to see the 10% designated as workforce housing with a requirement to be used for people who work in Superior. Otherwise, I just don't see a reason that we need to set this on all the existing developments rather than choosing a location like maybe 76th Street parcels for a specific affordable housing development.
And my only comment there is I would recommend making it Boulder County and not the town of Superior, just in my experience. It's really difficult, and I think developers would have a hard time with a deed restriction that requires that they actually live in Superior. I know that's our goal, but it's hard to mandate that small of a geographic area. So I'm just throwing that out there as a recommendation.
We don't have enough people working in Superior to afford that.
Kendra, is there also an option rather than specifying it by county or by town to say like within a 5-mile radius or something like that,
Yep.
Whatever towns might fall into that? Okay.
Right, because at least for workforce, what typically is done is you provide pay stubs, and so it has to be an address. And then there's all kinds of things you can do about working at home or home-based businesses. I mean, I have all of these details that are kind of the nitty-gritty that we can get into in a later discussion. But yeah, you can also have retired people who show that they did work within a certain radius, up until the time of their retirement, because typically these homes are attractive to retired people as well. So anyway, yes, I have a lot of detail when we're ready.
I like that radius idea because I don't want to exclude us from a lot of folks that live or rather work in Broomfield. I mean, we always talk only about Boulder County, but we share a bigger border with Broomfield. So I think that
But at the same time, a big part of why I'm very supportive of this is for our first responders and our teachers and our nurses and caregivers. And so we can, if we could do a 15-mile radius, and we would not necessarily cover somebody that's working Station 5 for the next few months and then might get relocated to, somewhere 30 miles away. Does that mean they would no longer be eligible for the deed restricted property, even though they were part of our fire district? I think we would all, so I like the AMI. I think this is great. I'd like to keep it as simple as possible. I'm more towards the AMI, as I don't like, there are certain elements in here that I'm not supportive of. I don't love the in lieu of fee in lieu. I agree. I think we should probably avoid that. I don't want to get in the business of building houses either. And to your good point, Kendra, take money, you got to spend it.
Right.
Of moving the needle up from 10% up towards the county goal of 12%, and focused around NAMI. I don't feel like I have enough experience to know whether or not it's 80%, 100%, 110%. I just don't know. I'd want to consult with Boulder County. And Ken, I know this is a frequent topic at the consortium of cities. It'd be interesting to kind of get their recommendations. If Kendra has 4 dials that we're trying to turn in terms of AMI, deed restrictions, fees and fee in lieu, and maybe create some type of just simple grid. What are those, what are those 4 dials that we need to decide on? And what's the recommendation from Boulder County? But, personally, based on me, I agree with what a lot of people said. I think we should turn the dial up to 12% or as high as we can without necessarily, I don't want to, Kendra's, your counsel and your experience is appreciated here, because we don't want to create that incentive where, okay, they, instead of 20 units at $700,000, we have, 15 units at 1.1 million, and then a bunch of units, and then 4 or 5 at 300,000. That's not, we didn't do anybody a favor there, except for maybe the people who got the $300,000 units, but I'd rather balance that.
And I guess I think you raised a good point. I think what I see happening is, if you're all in favor of moving forward, then maybe we can take the ordinance to Boulder County and we can sort of get some input on some of these issues. I think the other policy issue that we probably need to discuss is, do you want communities like, the one in Lafayette where they're all together? Or do you want these dispersed, like the city of Boulder prefers, within existing residential developments? And if so, do you want to allow developers to buy up deed restrictions and use that instead of building new homes? Because those are
so
other
let's just
options.
talk about what that, I want to talk about, you mentioned that before. So buying up a deed restriction, so the developer comes in and they've got 15, 16 units. They want to build high-end townhomes within those 15 or 16 units, but then the last 2 years buying deed restrictions, or they can go out and find housing somewhere in Rock Creek or somewhere in Superior, and then use that to meet their minimum.
Right. So some have banks where a developer who knows they're going to come in and build will buy up homes and or deed restrictions in order to make sure that they satisfy the requirement without having to build net new affordable homes. Again, this is a much bigger picture issue than, do we want a developer to build, five affordable units within their brand new residential development, or do we want to allow them to have other creative ways to do this?
Yeah, I'd have a real problem if people started suddenly, okay, I'm going to go buy a house in, I'm going to buy this bank of 5 houses in Sagamore.
Okay.
And then save them to offset or to meet this minimum guideline. I personally would have a problem with that, because not that I don't think, I believe that affordable housing should be dispersed throughout the community.
Mhm.
The idea of banking affordable housing feels counterintuitive to what we're trying to accomplish, which is as new developments come in, a certain amount would be reserved for affordable housing. That's my view. I don't know how other people share, but
I feel like I don't have enough
that's why I feel
information.
like I need some counsel from Boulder County.
Yeah, I feel like I don't have enough information. I think it's an interesting topic and possibility to disperse, affordable housing throughout the existing community. Because I think that one of the challenges that we're going to face here is that even if we adopt the ordinance as it's currently drafted, we have so few parcels that remain subject to development that, is this really just patting ourselves on the back? Like, okay, we're solving an affordable housing problem by imposing this restriction. And then we end up, with 5 units and we're like, okay, that didn't really solve much of a problem. And I still remain convinced that the best way for us to solve a problem where actually deliver, a sufficient number of attainable units to Superior would be through a large redevelopment of like the marketplace that would include some sort of residential component within walking distance of the BRT station on US 36. Like that to me seems like we could actually deliver a large number of units, in conjunction with RTD and with Brixmor, and really solve the problem. And at that point, I don't really care so much about the requirement that we're imposing on new developments or, potentially dispersing it throughout the community, because what I think that Superior needs to do is actually address the problem, be the regional player that, Boulder County is counting on Superior to be, just like all the other jurisdictions are counted on to be. And right now we're not meeting that commitment. So as long as we have the tools and the flexibility, I'm not necessarily opposed to anything. I'm not necessarily for anything other than just doing something, because right now we haven't been doing anything. So I guess as at a minimum, I'd say let's go with the 12%, as so long as that leaves us open to additional, creative ways of solving this problem, which is going to continue to be a problem that's going to get worse, I think, as time progresses.
And I'll just piggyback on that and say that we are working to do exactly what you just stated, where we do a large scale project somewhere in town that's an attainable housing project. And this would just be something on top of that project to accomplish even a more attainable housing throughout town. So yeah.
And if that's the case, you may want, I'm going to go back on what I said earlier, you may want to start with a fee in lieu, or allow a fee in lieu, because that gives you more cash to put toward that project. And a lot of developers would love to pay you cash rather than have to build them. And if that's the case, that would give you more money for the bigger project that you would save till later. So.
And initially I was not a fan of the fee in lieu idea, but as we talked through this, I think Laura brought up a good point earlier. I mean, let's think about if we have another development like Calmonte, where we've got $1 million+ homes. I mean, it doesn't necessarily make sense to have some attainable housing units in that development. That's not what that development was built for. It's not fitting. It doesn't fit within what we can maximize. If we do fee in lieu, we can get more units instead of trying to just do a unit requirement. So while there's more complications and seemingly more burden to getting fee in lieu and then having to actually administer that fund and build homes, I'm coming further around to, I think that makes the most sense for where we're at here in Superior.
Thank you, Ken. That's exactly my point. I don't want to take these $1 million homes and then thoroughly say this one is suddenly affordable housing. It basically just means we are almost further perpetuating the inequality, and that we're saying, great, these 4 people win the housing lottery and they get to live in this $1 million home, and now there are thousands of others who still can't get a basic, comfortable place to live.
Yeah, and I think a situation like that is just going to invite problems down the line for that house, whether it be rented or sold to people that shouldn't be buying it. So I agree with the comments just made. So first of all, I just want to say that I'm thrilled that we're having this conversation at all. When I started on the board 6 years ago, we would not be having this conversation tonight.
I remember that well.
So it is a big milestone. We should all be very proud that we're having this conversation and that we're moving this forward. It doesn't sound like we're going to pass something tonight. That's okay. But the fact that we're having the conversation and that we are generally aligned towards getting something done, I'm very pleased to be serving with all of you that are willing to do that. We as a community are a little bit behind, and we do have some catch up to do, and we've got limited spaces to do it. But I think that we've come up with some good ideas. I like the idea of a bigger project, and I like the idea of fee in lieu to mitigate some of the concerns around, a smaller but high-end project that just doesn't make sense to make one or two of those units affordable. So one of the things that kind of caught my eye in the proposal that's drafted concerned the idea of an owner being able to rent their unit. So they got transferred out of the area, or they, for whatever reason, they didn't want to sell it, but they wanted to rent it. Was I reading that correct, that they could rent it, but they would be kind of in charge of vetting the renter and those sorts of things, Kendra?
Well, again, that kind of depends how we set it up. I think we would set it up that so we would have to confirm the eligibility of every renter. Do you know what I'm saying? So they could rent it, but that renter also has to be a qualified resident. Because the last thing you want to do is have someone purchase one of these and then VRBO it and make a ton of money.
And that's,
so
is there a path where we could just say, you're not renting it, you're buying this as an affordable house, but and maybe have some provision that, okay, you get transferred, or some short-term thing where you're coming back. But I don't think we want these things to turn into rentals, whether it's an affordable rental or not. The whole idea is home ownership for people that need that affordability, not rental. That's a different program.
Well, I'll just say that we did that in Silverthorne, and we had severe problems when the market tanked because people still couldn't afford to live in them, or they got transferred and then they couldn't rent them. And so then we just had a whole bunch of vacant units. So we ended up having to revisit that idea, because that was originally the idea, you can't rent them. But that just did not work when in 2008, all of a sudden, it was people there wasn't anybody to move into them then that could afford to purchase them, and then they were just sitting empty. So it can come back and haunt you a little bit. But you can impose really strict requirements on rentals. You can also say no more than blank months per year, for example, or if, there's lots of things you can do. There's a lot of flexibility. I would just recommend against, based on my experience, saying no rentals at all, because it can come back to really bite you.
Okay.
Just a quick question, and just, for sake of argument, I'm wildly in support of this. I have been for years. How fast can we come back to revisit this? I think there's a number of things that we want to see some more education on. I need to go get smarter about some of the concepts as well. But is this something we can look at, at the first meeting in October?
Well, I guess maybe what I might suggest is possibly, maybe I send you a list of, I think, policy decisions that need to be made. And this might be more appropriate for a study session. I don't know, but just so that I can get everyone's feedback, because I can do it as quickly as you would like, but I don't know what to draft right now because I'm hearing a lot of different opinions. And I think they're all good, and I don't know the answer to them necessarily, because it really depends what you want. But I'll defer to you all how you want to do that. I can send you a list. Here are the 6 things that I think you need to decide, if that would be helpful. However you want to proceed. I don't have enough direction. I mean, I prepared this ordinance based on a ton of them that I've done already, but without any real direction on what, where you all want it to go. So.
No, and I think, given what little specificity you got from us, I think this is fantastic. I mean, it meets 95% of what I was hoping for, so I'm almost there. But, you know, I don't know if it's a work session at the beginning of the next meeting to talk through it, and then, you know, we go at the following first meeting of October and get this thing hammered out.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that maybe Kendra and I get together. I've got my notes. I think we can come up with something that that gets pretty close to what the discussion was tonight, and then and bring it back to the next meeting, have a discussion. If we need additional tweaks, we can take another meeting in October, or if you like what you see on the 28th, we can get it adopted.
That sounds fine.
Yeah. So I just have one question on the rental situation. And then I do see that we have at least one hand up, and I would like to hear public comment to the extent that anybody wants to make it. But how do we actually prevent, assuming that we're going to allow rentals of these properties, right? We're not going to just ban rentals. How do you prevent somebody from purchasing a property at below market because it's affordable and then renting it out at market? How do you actually go and enforce that restriction?
We take copies of their leases each year. I mean, can we prevent them taking cash on the side? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? But we look at their leases. I mean, it's a pretty intensive program to monitor these things, at least in all of my clients that do this. So, I mean, put it this way, in the 6 clients I have that have these programs, I've had one situation where we had a multimillionaire from the East Coast basically fake being unemployed, buy one of these, and now has a $300,000 house in Vail. So, you know, I mean, it happens. They don't rent it. They just decided that they really wanted a house in Vail. So, you know, and that's been really tough to try to go after them. But other than that, I haven't seen a lot of violations that way.
We have that person's name, please.
Okay, good discussion. Let's go to public comment now, if that's okay with everyone. Anne Marie Jensen, followed by Matthew Koshman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Jensen, and I am the director of a coalition called the East County Housing Opportunity Coalition, which is a group of residents who have seen the need for affordable housing in the eastern part of Boulder County and want to support it in any way that we can. And we're grateful that you're considering this ordinance, and we want to thank you for that, for doing something about achieving your 12% goal by 2035. I would say that in the research that I've done on inclusionary housing ordinances, the numbers are between 10 and 20% nationwide. And I do appreciate what has been said about it pushing up other housing costs. But given that you're starting late and most of Superior is built out, you know, if you're going to achieve your 12% goal, you probably are needing to be more at 15 to 20% in order to achieve your goal by 2035. And what I would encourage you to do is to state your goal in terms of number of units per year that you need to build between now and 2035, and measure yourselves against that goal. Because I heard a lot of conversation just now about creative ways to go about doing this. And the fee in lieu, by the way, I'm also on the advisory board for the Willoughby Corner project. And that project, essentially what Lafayette is doing is like a fee in lieu that then went to the housing authority and combined with some of their resources as well as tax credits and other funding, and put it all in this pot to create the Willoughby Corner site. What's special about that site is there will be some things like senior housing, disability housing, a community center that people can use, gardens, playgrounds. And so when you build in larger quantities, you can add some of those amenities. But the research also shows that for low-income people who have been marginalized, actually putting them in areas where there are the amenities of wealthier people creates advantages for them that they wouldn't get if they're all grouped together. So both strategies are really important, and I think you should not say one or the other is part of your strategy. I think you need to look at both of those. And you need to look at a diversity of housing stocks, because that creates a more diverse and vibrant community. Communities with young people in them are really different than communities where everyone is over 55 or 60. They change the dynamics of what a community is like. And we believe, at least our coalition, that a diversity of different housing creates vibrant communities. So I also wanted to say, I don't think you need to answer all of your questions about all of this before you implement your ordinance. Because if you work with Boulder Regional Housing Partners and the Boulder County Housing Authority, some of the questions about which AMI you're going to use, or how you get people in there, how you're going to administer rentals, they have a lot of experience with that. And you need to get started right away, getting your funding sources and getting people into this program. So I encourage you to get the program started and maybe leave some of those loose ends for, study sessions and work sessions with them before. If you have to answer all those questions now, you are never going to get this going, and you are behind the 8 ball. So I would encourage you to get something on the books and then answer your questions. And then the last thing I would say is, I've been working on affordable housing for about 25 years, and 60 and 30% AMI are really what everybody does nationwide. So 30% AMI are really poor people. There are people who are on fixed incomes, people who are disabled, people, on Social Security disability, and that's a tough nut to crack. For a lot of folks in this area, building something that somebody can afford at 30% AMI is really tough. But at 80%, there's probably something people can afford in the county. So where I would encourage you to shoot for is 60% and below, because that is the working poor who have money, but there's just nothing in the county that those folks can afford. And I would encourage you to target that. But again, I would also say, as your attorney has said, Boulder Regional Housing Partners have a lot of data. They can help you target your approach towards what is the need in the community with concrete data. And so sit down with them and try and answer these questions that you have, but don't wait. And my suggestion is, don't wait until you have them all answered to implement your ordinance, or you're never going to get it done. But I'm grateful, and I commend you, because I'm sitting here trying to keep my eyes open, and I appreciate how hard y'all work and that you do this every week. And I'm glad I don't have to, but thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Great. We appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. All right, Matthew Koshman.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, good evening, folks. Thanks for staying up late and working hard. Matt Koshman, 1549 Ivy Place. And I am calling to offer support for the inclusionary and affordable housing ordinance. But not only that, to really encourage the board to think even bigger and broader. I'm looking at the ordinance right here, and I've been reviewing it throughout the week. And I certainly have, some comments on various subsections, many of which have already been talked about tonight, so I don't need to repeat any of that. But when I look at the ordinance, what I see is a means to an end, but I think we could do a lot more to clarify what that end actually is. And so beyond an affordable housing ordinance, I would hope that our town could have an affordable housing program or strategy or vision. And I don't think we've had a great sense of what is it that we're trying to accomplish overall anyway. It's certainly not a particular percentage of new housing stock from a developer, but bigger ideals about what we want in our community, who we seek to serve. Trustee Ryan's comments about first responders and nurses and teachers, moves in that direction. And I would encourage the board to say more about that and articulate that. When you think about the city of Boulder, they do more than just specify the number, the percentage for a new housing development. I'm a professor up at CU Boulder. Years ago, I did a case study project on Boulder's Affordable Housing Task Force, which was basically revisiting their affordable housing program after 10 years. And it's not just 10% of new, their goal is, it's actually 15% now. It's 15% of the entire city's housing stock would be, now they're at about 7.6% according to their dashboard that's listed right now. But they have broader goals of what they want to become as a city. Different metrics for different price points and percentages of AMI. And that affords them the opportunity to do a variety of different things. So rather than nitpick about this cash in lieu or this percentage here, you can have a menu of many different things because it's in service of a broader goal or vision and not just a tweaking of an ordinance. So I am thrilled to see this ordinance. I am grateful. I thank the town attorney for the hard work that has gone into this. I would just close by saying, please think bigger than just an ordinance, but a broader strategy or vision or plan, of which this ordinance is just one particular way of getting there. And also keep in mind just the big ideas of what motivates this in the first place. Who do we want to become? Who do we want to serve? Wouldn't it be great if we could promote Superior as this open, inclusive place that serves so many different people, and that is known in the same way that we have commitments to so many other things we care about, like open space and parks. We don't just have one particular open space ordinance. We have a whole vision for thinking about open space that affords us the latitude to think creatively about a number of different things. Most recently, the fantastic purchase right behind my house. Thank you very much. So I'll close by saying thank you so much for the hard work that you're doing on this. And please think broader about a strategy or vision of which this ordinance could be just one particular piece of a bigger plan. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the comments. Paige Henshin, welcome.
Hello. I would just like to thank you guys so much for considering this ordinance. I'm definitely in favor of it. I agree with the other commenters that this can be a starting point and not a finishing point. There's no one silver bullet that's going to get us to where we want to be on this issue. And similar to what Matt was saying, when you think about open space, the CenturyLink property is a great example of how that acquisition took a bunch of partners coming together, funding from other counties and nonprofits to make that happen. Similar with affordable housing, other people outside of our town, Habitat for Humanity, there's the Denver Transit Oriented Development Fund, there's state and federal funds. So there's partners out there who want to help make this happen. So just want to reiterate that reaching out to others who are working on this topic to collaborate to find solutions, and some of them, you know, beyond this ordinance when it comes to redevelopment or deed restrictions or new bigger housing developments, as were mentioned earlier, would be great. So thank you again so much for considering this.
All right, thanks, Paige. Appreciate the comments. Tim Howard, you're up next.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tim Howard. I've been a resident of Superior here for 8 years. Thank you for the opportunity. You know, back in June, at the start of the first meeting discussing the Zaharias development proposal, every member of the board expressed their support for Black Lives Matter and the importance of towns like ours making positive steps towards change. That was really heartening. This proposed adoption of a change to the municipal code also is very heartening. The comments from Anne Marie, Matt, and Paige all stated the importance of thinking big and getting started right away. I think the question for our town and this board is whether you're looking to adopt a symbolic measure or make tangible strides towards a more inclusive and diverse Superior. There are a few specific tactical things I'd like you to consider as you look at amending this document. First, as was stated by Anne Marie, the regional target of 12% is all homes, not 12% of new development. So setting a target of 10% or 12% doesn't get us anywhere close to that target. So what I would recommend is an initial target of 15% that is being increased to up to 20% over 5 years. That gives you, the town board, leverage in negotiations with developers to get them to sign up early and to move forward. I think there are a few things that need to be tweaked. Qualified household, just having one qualified resident living there is basically a situation begging to be abused. The primary owner or lessee should be the qualified resident. I think you do need to tighten up the subjective grounds through which waivers can be granted. And given the limited number of units that are likely to be developed as new, you really need to look at how can you make use of any in lieu fees if you keep that in. And lastly, this is really to follow on what Matt said. Given the limited number of new residential developments that are possible in Superior, you need to think about how can you think bigger. Integrate affordable housing targets into all major town initiatives. By way of example, if you are going to renegotiate the potential scope of commercial development, look at imposing the affordable housing as part of that negotiation. And then secondly, investigate programs working with some of the partners that Paige identified to look at some existing homes that could be included and get restrictive deeds on them. So I strongly urge you to strengthen the proposed additions to the municipal code. Most importantly, do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Before you go back to the table with another developer, pass the strongest code additions you can, but make sure you pass something and don't kick this can down the road for years until a large project could be developed. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you especially for bringing this important topic up.
All right, thanks, Tim. Appreciate the comments. Any additional public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Any final comments? Sounds like we have a direction forward of getting some comments circulating and getting a draft back at the next meeting.
I will make the comment that so first, I appreciate everyone who made comments, and it sounds like all of you have spent a lot of time looking at the proposed ordinance. If any of you have specific comments, I'd still love to see your emails with any thoughts you have on specific sections that you think can be improved upon. So if you are willing, I'd appreciate seeing that at least. But I think there's a good point was made. I think we had a meeting, maybe 2 meetings, where we, as a board, in the majority anyway, got behind the idea of moving forward on attainable housing and putting something together. But we haven't had that conversation, and I don't blame Kendra for having no idea what to pull together because we haven't developed a strategy. There's a lot to consider here, and I think that is a very worthwhile conversation. And Matt, Kendra, if you guys want to pull something together and we can have this again at our next meeting, I think that's still great. But I think we need to plan on actually having a conversation about it and not just think that we're going to see a ordinance and pass it. I want to actually have a goal and a set path forward rather than just let's get something on the books and it's good enough. So I'm hoping that others are willing and interested in having that more thorough and detailed dialogue. And in the meantime, Matt and Kendra, if there's anything you guys can provide for strategies or options we should be considering that you guys can maybe work with the Boulder County Regional Housing Partnership to send over to us, anything to help educate us as much as possible to help us formulate what that path forward means for where we are here in Superior in our specific circumstances, that would be helpful for me at least.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Anyone have anything else? All right, let's go on now to our next agenda item, which is discussion of board vacancy.
Thanks, Mayor.
Time check-in, we're about 15 minutes out to 11, so. need to make this pretty quick.
So just to be brief, as mentioned earlier in the meeting at the beginning, Sandy Hammerly has resigned her position on the board that was effective August 31st. Vacancies are covered under section 2-2-20 of the code. Kendra and I have talked about this. You have two options, we believe. One is to fill the vacancy that'll serve until the next election on November 3rd, or you can leave the vacancy unfilled, which then it will be filled. If you leave it unfilled, it'll be filled with the next election on November 3rd, where 3 residents will be chosen to serve on the board. Our recommendation from the staff perspective is to leave it unfilled for now until the election, and have the election fill it, simply because of the number of meetings we have left for the year up until the election is 3. And I think in our minds, it makes more sense to leave the position unfilled. Kendra, I don't know if you have any additional.
No, and I do realize that the code says shall, but I will just tell you that obviously we can't force people to fill positions, and I have plenty of clients where they actually can't fill vacancies. So this is generally in the sort of municipal legal world considered to be, even though it says shall, to be optional, particularly at this point. I think Matt's right. If we had a year left in this term, I think that would be a different story. But that's really a policy decision. I'm just letting you all know that even though it says shall, this is one of those cases where there's no one out there that's going to try to force this. So
I feel.
I'd like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to open the discussion on this one. I feel really strongly that we ought to have an odd number of people on the board. I think otherwise we're setting us up for potential situations where we're split 3 to 3 and we have to wait on a potentially important decision to take action until we have the next election. That said, I completely understand that I don't necessarily want to appoint someone new where staff is going to have to train them and teach them the ropes and everything like that. That's a big burden on staff for a very short period of time. My strong suggestion would be that we reach out to some past members of the board who are still living in the community and who understand what it means to be on the board, how it works, and invite one of them to temporarily fill the vacancy. I think if we do that, it will reduce the need for staff to have to train them, but it will mean that we get an additional perspective for these couple of meetings. And it means we don't need to punt important issues just because we don't have a full board, which I fear may be the case otherwise.
Yeah, so
Mark, just real quick question before you jump in. Just Kendra, what Laura's suggesting where we, and Laura, correct me if I misunderstood, but where we essentially limit the applicant pool, can we do that?
you can appoint anyone you like. So
we don't need an applicant pool.
You don't have to have an applicant pool. You don't have to advertise
We could
for
appoint
it.
somebody tonight.
Yeah, you could. Yes, if you had someone willing and able, you could appoint someone tonight. So yeah, I mean, it's a really good question because typically, no, you don't limit, but this is an odd situation and you have absolute discretion as to who you appoint.
So I feel strongly about this just because, we've had a vacancy now right before an election in the last 3 elections. Deb Williams, Rita Zazelle, and now Sandy Hammerly. And, our town code says shall, it doesn't say may. And, while I appreciate Kendra's, expertise and experience with other municipalities, I think in Superior, we don't really have a shortage of people that are willing to step up and, volunteer to serve their community. I think that Laura raised a really good point. Like, I certainly don't want this to be a burden on staff in terms of, training people up. And I like the suggestion of actually pulling from previous board members. I think that that's a quick and easy way for somebody to just kind of step in for the next 2 months and help us do the work that we need to do, because I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where we had a 3-3 vote and we were deadlocked on something that if we had that, 7th vote, we'd be able to actually get things done. But, if the board decides, it's not worth the time and aggravation in doing so, I think we should amend our code to make it clear as to, what is an acceptable time frame. Because, we've had this problem 3 election cycles in a row. And, I understand the election's 50 days from today. and we only have a certain number of meetings before that election, before the board would get sworn in. But I think that we should make it clear that, okay, if it's within 3 months, 4 months of an election, then we can just elect to wait until the next election. But what is that line where we decide that it's not acceptable for us to have this vacancy? Is it 5 months, 6 months, 12 months? I don't know what it is. We haven't had that discussion, but right now our code says we shall do something, and we have historically treated it as, well, we may do it because we don't feel like doing it right now because it's too close to the election. And I just think it's not a best practice.
And I'll just jump in there. Yes, you can certainly amend your code to be clearer on that. So if that's what the board would like to do, we can do that. Regardless of what decision you make, we can still do that.
I guess the one thing that I certainly would not want to see happen is because we have an election coming up, in terms of we have the discretion to appoint whoever we want, I would not want to put a thumb on the scale for anybody who's actually running. So I would be opposed to selecting any of the candidates that are running for the board.
And that's another consideration that's happened in the past too. It maybe not in Superior, but I've seen that before. Because if you did choose to appoint one of the current candidates, then that pretty much guarantees them a slot. So, and I know that a lot of boards don't want to make that decision for the voters.
Yeah. So I appreciate the discussion, and I agree with Mark that code probably should be amended. I think 6 months or less, it should be may appoint someone 6 months or less. That seems to be a time frame for me that makes sense. In this instance, I don't think it makes sense to appoint someone. I'm intrigued by the idea of a past board member. I had not considered that, but that's a great idea. And so if we selected or elected to go forward with this, I think that's probably the only pool that should be considered. And so that's my thoughts on that. But I mean, we're really talking about 2 meetings. I mean, we're talking about appointing someone at the next meeting, and then you got 2 meetings in October and a work session, but that still, it's 2 board meetings, and I don't think it's necessary to make an appointment. But I do think it needs the code.
Kendra, would we need to appoint someone in an already scheduled meeting, or could we simply, put something on the calendar, potentially even before the budget meeting next week? That budget meeting is a great example. I would love to have an odd number of people in the budget meeting in case of any discrepancies that arise there. So could we get in touch with former board members over the next couple of days, see who's interested, circulate those names via email, and then literally spend 2 minutes at the beginning of the budget meeting voting to appoint one of them to start serving immediately?
Yes to some of that. I would not recommend anything by email. So I would say if people want to make phone calls and things, I can just tell right now that that could go down the road of being a meeting. So I would suggest, yes, if you want to have a special meeting, that's fine, but not.
What I was suggesting by email would be simply Matt sending out the names and saying, these are the 5 previous board members who said they were interested. We'll go, we'll discuss at the next meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
So my point of view on this, first we have staff recommendation, because we're having a couple meetings, that this shouldn't be a priority. I'm inclined, as we know, to go with staff recommendations where it's, logical. And so I'm inclined to go with the staff recommendation. If the consensus of the trustees, and by the way, I haven't really thought about a 3-3 tie. We don't have any development applications over the next few meetings, so I'm less worried about a development application. Looking at what we have to consider, there's some important matters, but I'm not all that worried about a 3-3 tie. And frankly, we've had a lot of meetings where somebody has been out either because they've been sick or traveling or working elsewhere or something, and we don't bring somebody to that to be that 7th body for that meeting. So there are, sometimes these things happen. With regard to who we'd have, I think anybody and everybody should be able to apply, including the candidates. I'm not worried about putting a thumb on the scale. I think that the community, if that's the way this board goes, then I think the community should be able to have the best voice in chances are nobody is as informed with the ongoings of the town than the people that are currently monitoring our meetings and running for an election. And so if we really want to take this serious and say we want somebody who's engaged and aware and knowledgeable, then we should be looking at the current candidates. I like to think that our former trustees or former mayors, even that are still living in town, have retired. I don't think that they're monitoring this meeting right now. I don't think they're up thinking about it. If so, I'd suggest if we don't want to open it up to everybody, if we don't want to go with a former trustee, then we might want to look at a planning commission member, or maybe even the chair of the planning commission, who is already trained on the complexity of quasi-judicial matters, understands the runnings of the town, and that person might be somebody that we could appoint. One of my points here is that this has become something that we're spending time on. We're going to ask staff to spend time on, and we're talking about a couple meetings. Staff recommendation is just let it go. So I support staff's recommendation to let it go. If we want to have that conversation, then I say there should be an application process. Let's get it out quick, invite applicants, and the current trustee, the current people who are running should be eligible, in my view, because they are more informed on the current issues than anybody else in the community. I'm not worried about putting a thumb on the scale. I'm worried about, if people are worried about supporting the community, let's support the community and bring them the most informed voice we can. Thanks.
Okay, so we got 4 minutes left. We're going to need an extension if we're going to continue this conversation, or we're going to need to wrap it up in 3.5 minutes. Somebody like to make a motion to extend the meeting?
Make a motion to extend for 10 minutes for us to wrap this up. We're not going to get through executive session tonight, so just this item.
Second.
Okay, motion to extend to 11:10 by Mayor Pro Tem Leysa, second by Trustee Shaw. All roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Leysa?
Yes.
Folsom?
Yes.
Skwacinski?
With apologies to Sandy, yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Lish?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, motion passes. We're on to 13 more minutes. Okay, Ken, go ahead.
So I'll be brief. I fall into the same camp as the mayor and Trustee Ryan. There's 2 meetings left. I don't necessarily see the value in going through this entire process. If we do open it up, I would want to see a pool of open and fair competition amongst any and all who are interested. I don't want to be accused of us limiting the pool and excluding people. I think that just begs for accusations of impropriety. Beyond that, a strong reason why I'm not in favor of appointing anybody at this point is we are so close to an election. And again, I'll agree with everything Kevin said. The people who are running, we have great candidates running for trustee right now, and chances are one of them might be appointed. And again, I think this is ripe for allegations of impropriety, because as soon as we appoint somebody who may be running, that gives them a leg up over all their competition. And yes, that might not be any intention to give them a leg up, but in reality it does. And I think we need to steer clear of anything that could cast any type of shadow on this board, and we need to maintain its integrity. So for those reasons, I don't support appointing anybody at this time.
I'll just echo what I think a lot of folks have said. Given where we're at in the calendar, I don't see the need to appoint anybody for the 2 meetings. I think there is a possibility of a tie, but I don't see that as a high likelihood. The budget, I'm gonna I think I'm the one that torpedoed it last year, and it probably won't be me this time. So fundamentally, I think we're in a good shape. I mean, if you look at the last handful of meetings, very few things have come that close. All that said, Mark, I don't disagree that we should probably, enforce our code and probably change the code to adapt to what we think is reasonable.
Yeah, just as a reminder, I mean, a 3-3 vote is not a tie. It loses.
True.
Things, right. It goes down. So
I was going to say that, but
no, I mean, it's not a tie. We don't have ties.
There are no ties
in this game. So we just need to make it 4-3, one way or the other. Okay. Anything else? All right, do we want to?
I'll just say that I don't think that this needs to be addressed immediately, but I do think a code amendment is warranted, just because I think we should follow our code
Yes.
in general.
Yes, I think there is general support for that amendment. So let's put that on the list of things to do. And do we want to calendar the executive session to the next, or just carry that forward to the next meeting?
You don't have to have a motion. We'll just put it back on the agenda for the next meeting.
Does it make sense to start the meeting with the executive session?
That's fine if you all want to.
Does anybody care to extend out this meeting to have the there's a advice for a specific question. So if there's,
I mean, I'm fine with that, but
As am I.
I don't think it'd be that long of a discussion either. But,
I will not support that. I would rather move this to a time when we are all fully capable of making good decisions rather than this late at night.
okay. All right. Does anyone have anything else?
I just, Laura, I'm going to be careful here. The legal advice has a time frame associated with it, and if we come back in 2 weeks,
Does not have a time frame associated with it.
I would also argue that
that's why I need legal advice. That's why. So my question. So that's.
So I would argue if this is something that is time sensitive, I'd suggest we set up additional time, not in the wee hours of the morning, to talk through this. I'm fully supportive of setting up additional time prior to our next meeting if people think that's needed. I'm not supportive of trying to do it at 11 o'clock at night.
I'm not supportive of adding another meeting to discuss this. We're all here. We're not making decisions. It is literally to get advice. I'm not supportive of having a meeting specifically just for this topic.
So we have an exec session for the 28th already scheduled for Kendra and my evaluation, and the agenda is fairly light right now, unless things get added to it. So I think you'll have time for this discussion as well as the evaluations.
Okay, let's just plan on that then. All right, anything further before we adjourn? All right, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
So.
All right.
Night.